Good morning and welcome to this beautiful morning, the Loreto Normanhurst Regatta. Quiet morning, great conditions here, somewhat a bit wet and a bit rainy, but we will be getting underway very shortly with the first race of the day. We've got a full program today, right up until the afternoon. Around about 2:30 we'll finish, 2:15. The first race of the day is the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500. We have only one competitor. It's Pellen Ozen, who raced last weekend. Had a great race last weekend. Was also by herself last weekend, so this will be a bit of a time trial for Pellen, see if she can exceed or not exceed, actually beat the time that she made last week. So it's a 500-meter race. She's on the start right now. She's the lone competitor in a very wet lake at the moment, and she'll be going off in a couple of minutes. But welcome to the Loreto Normanhurst Rowing Regatta. It was the first girls' school regatta to start. The program started in 1988. A gentleman called Michael Rowan. He was a parent and a rowing coach at Joey's, and he was approached by a group of girls at the school who wanted to start the rowing program. They borrowed boats out of Haverfield Rowing Club, which is now UTS, and the following year in 1989 they were given permission to train at St. Joseph's College, and they competed in their first event in the 1990-91 season in the inaugural Schoolgirls 8. In 1992, they bought their first boat and named it Mary Ward 1, and have since then had a very successful rowing career and rowing history at the school. We see them today at their annual regatta, which is a double header, so some of you guys will be here tomorrow as well. Saturday and Sunday, double parking. And the first race is underway. Pellen Ozen in the 500-meter final of the single scull, recreational single scull. Some great shots there from the umpire's launch. You'll see on the big screen, if you can see the big screen, you'll be able to see some great shots there as she powers her way down to the finish. Just adjusting herself, she gets back on course, Pellen. And as Pellen readjusts herself and comes into the last 250 meters, I remind all competitors, please bring back your bow numbers as quick as possible. And if you are lucky enough to win a gold medal today, we'll only be awarding gold medals for this regatta. Please come to the podium as soon as you can pick up your medal, and then turn around without hindering or impeding the other boats on the racecourse. It's great to hear. Please give Pelin a round of applause. She's always the first competitor in these regattas, and often she's doing it all by herself. And give her a round of applause as she approaches the finish line. That's great. Strong finish there from Pelin Ozen. Pelin Ozen, the winner of the first race of the day, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500, in a time which was a bit slower than last week's time. We'll go right down to the other end of the course now. The first 2,000-metre race of the day. This is the Schoolgirl 4. In lane 1, which is on the far side of the course, the furthest lane away from the grandstand, we have Queenwood, Maddie Walk, Annie Sebi, Scout Ferguson, Natasha Hughes, and Cox by Zora Milner. In lane 2, Loreto Kirabillis, Juliette Bitar, Jessica Rich, Charlotte Madsen, Bridget Carnavale, and Cox by Annabelle Peel. Canberra Girls Grammar, Kirby Cox, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, Audrey West, and Cox by Eliza Miller. We have a second Queenwood boat with Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Brooke Cuttance, Addie Rolls, and Cox by Chloe Duretta. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Jemima Scammell, Sienna Wilkin, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong, and Cox by Philippa Martin. In lane 6, from Loreto Kirabilli, we have Kate Whitson, Georgia Moran, Rachel Risby, Amelia Charleston, and Cox by Olivia Madsen. In lane 7, from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Isabel King, Emily Walker, Sam Burns, Eliza Riley, and Cox by Olivia Noonan. And in lane 8, from Kinross Walleroy, Sophie Lewis, Mari Wiley, Hannah McKay, Elkie Sweep Apple, and Cox by Emily Caro. And in lane 9, nearest the grandstand, the third Queenwood boat of Eva Thompson, Zoe James, Millie Dont, and Grace Bennett, and Cox by Claire Chen. They're all away to a good start. It's quite misty at the end of the lake. You won't be able to see them from the grandstand. We can hardly see them from the tower here. But we've got some great shots from the video feeds which pepper the entire length of the course. Everybody's off to a good start. Weather forecast today, looks like it's going to be raining most of the morning. There might be a short break around about 10 o'clock, but it will start to rain again at 11, according to my weather forecast app. But as the boats come through the first 500 meters, it's the boat from lane 4 from Queenswood who've got a slight lead from Kinross Walleroy in lane 5. In third place, Canberra Grammar School. In fourth place, Kinross Walleroy on the near side. In fifth, we've got in lane 9 the Queenwood girls. In 6th, Canberra Grammar. In 7th, Queenwood. And 8th and 9 are the 2 Loreto Kirribilli boats. Not an awful lot to separate the first 3 boats. Less than 2 2/3 of a second. So a lot to play for. Obviously, Queenwood got a decent start there. The boat with Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Brooke Cuttance and Addie Rolls. It looks like as they come up to the halfway mark, it looks like the Queenwood girls in the middle of the pack, stroked by Addie Rolls. Looking quite controlled at the moment. They've got a length and a half on the Kinross Walleroy boat, who are being chased down by the Canberra Girls Grammar School, stroked by Isabel King. Queenwood go through the halfway at a time of 3:41.9. They've extended their lead slightly, but Kinross Walleroy just hanging on to second, but Canberra Girls Runner are 0.47 seconds behind. It's a Kinross Walleroy boat in 4th. In 5th, a Queenwood. In 6th, the Loreto Kirribilli boat has moved through. In 7th, Canberra Girls Grammar. In 8th, Loreto Kirribilli. And 9th, Loreto Kirribilli. I think there is some change there. We seem to be missing a Queenwood boat at the moment from the scoring. And we'll turn our attention quickly to the first medal ceremony of the day. It's the gold medal for the schoolgirl para single scull recreational 500 in a time of 5 minutes 12 seconds. The winner from PLC Sydney, Pellen Ozen. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the schoolgirl para single scull, Pellen Ozen from PLC Sydney. And it's great to see the medal podium being out on the pontoon today. It's always special to climb those steps. Not that I've done it very often. And the medals are being presented today by Josephine Egan and Jess Lehan. They're the captain and vice captain of boats at Loreto Kirribilli today. And coming into the final 500 meters, it looks like the Queenwood boat have managed to extend their lead by almost 8 seconds over Canberra Girls Grammar, who've moved into second. They've moved through the Kinross Walleroy boat. They're still in contention there, just less than a second behind. Kinross Walleroy are in 4th. It's the Queenwood boats in 5th and 6th, then Canberra Grammar, and then the 2 Loreto Kirribilli boats bring in 8th and 9th position. So a comfortable race for the Queenwood girls by the looks of things. They've got this in control. They can see second and third place over their left shoulders. Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Brooke Cuttance, Addie Rolls, and coxed ably by Chloe Duretta. Great example there of experience four coming together. These girls have rowed together for a while. Everything into control. Not expending too much energy towards the finish, because the real exciting part is for silver and bronze position between Canberra and Kinross. Been very close. Queenwood crossed the line with 4 lengths. And who's it going to be? Going to be very close. In lane 7, Canberra just take it by half a length from Kinross Walleroy. Looks like in 4th position, Kinross Walleroy will back it up, finishing in lane 8 in 4th position. It's going to be close between the Queenwood boats and the near and far side. Queenwood, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then Queenwood split the pack. Loreto, Kirribilli bring up 8th and 9th position. So, winners of that were the Queenwood boat of Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Brooke Cuttance, and Addie Rolls, coxed by Chloe Duretta. In second were Canberra Girls Grammar, some 8.8 seconds behind. Third, Kinross Walleroy, the boat of Jemima Scammell, Sienna Wilkins, Olivia Searle, Tessa Wong. In 4th, the other Kinross Walleroy boat. In 5th, Queenwood. In 6th, Canberra Girls Grammar. In 7th, Queenwood. And then the boats from Loreto, Kirribilli, finished 8th and 9th. So would the Queenwood girls please come and collect your medals as soon as possible? All other boats, please return to your coaches and return your bow numbers. Race number 3 is well underway. It's the schoolboy double scull. It's a 2,000 metre race. We have on the far side in lane 3. I think we have a scratch in this boat. I heard on the radio that maybe Leichhardt had an equipment failure at the start. So we'll see as they come through the race. I do think they've dropped out in lane 6. If they have dropped out, it's only the Armadale School which is represented in this race. It's Freddie Glover and Oscar Sanders on the far side in lane 3. Thomas Burgess and Archibald Pengelly in lane 4. Oliver Bellman and Jack McCook in lane 5. Unfortunately, it does look like Henry Somerton and Jasper Richards may have dropped out. They're the only Leichhardt boat in this race. And then in lane 7 nearest the grandstand, we have Henry Kirkton and Lennox Nielsen, also from the Armadale School. This 2,000 metre race, as they come into the last 500 metres, it's Oliver Bellman and Jack McCook in the lead. Some considerable distance in front of their colleagues. Thomas Burgess and Archibald Pengelly, or Pengilly should I say, sorry. They've got a lead of almost 15 seconds over their colleagues, who in turn are leading the boat of Henry Curtin and Lennox Nielsen by a similar margin of 15 seconds. Slight wobble there in lane 7 from the Henry Kirkton Lennox Nielsen boat. And some way behind them is Fred Glover and Oscar Saunders. So quite a drawn out race here. And as we approach final 15 strokes of this race, it's the boys in the distinctive, well, not inconspicuous bucket hats. Oliver Bellman and Jack McCook will take an easy win here. In race 3, the schoolboy double scull. Win for the Armadale School. Can I remind all winners, first place winners, to quickly go to the medal pontoon to pick up your medals, unless of course you are doubling up or your boats that you're rowing are in need at the start line. In second place there, Thomas Burgess and Archibald Pengilly. In lane 7, Henry Curtin and Lennox Nielsen finish in third. And Frederick Glover and Oscar Saunders bring up the back of the field there. So great win there for Armadale School in a time of 7 minutes 54.50. Oliver and Jack, please come and collect your medals from the pontoon as soon as possible. Race 4 is underway. It's another 2,000 meter race. It's the schoolboy single scull. Only 4 competitors in this race. On the far side from Leichhardt, Peter Simkovic. In lane 4 from the Armadale School, we have Jack Ubergang. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, we have Riley Lee Coxell. And in lane 6 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. As it came through the halfway mark, we had quite a dominant lead by Dylan Lee, who's in lane 6. He had some 7.5 seconds over Peter Simkovic. And Riley Lee was knocking on the door for second place, only half a second behind Peter. Jack Ubergang was again also in contention. So Dylan's out at the front at the moment, the halfway line, but it could be anybody's for second place. As Dylan looks to be quite comfortable as he comes through the 1,500 meter mark. Under no pressure, controlled stroke rate, quite an upright sculler. No wind today, so no need for an excessive lean back into a wind. So he's keeping on top of it. Peter Simkovic has dropped a bit behind, but he's also managed to put some distance between him and Riley Lee Coxell, who's in third position. So some boats making considerable moves in that third 500 meter of this 2,000 meter race. And Jack Ubergang brings it in fourth position. But Dylan seems to have this race well under control. Let's see if Peter's got left anything in the tank for a final push in the last 250. He'll have to do an awful lot to make up the 12 or so second gap which he had at the 1,500 meter mark. But he's making a fist of it. His rating is slightly higher than that of Dylan's at the moment. And as Dylan comes past the grandstand, just raising the rate slightly there. Dylan Lee will certainly be the winner of race 4. It's the schoolboy single scull. Give him a round of applause as he comes over the finish line in a time of 8 minutes, 11.11. Second will be Peter Simkovic. And third is going to be Riley Lee Coxall, also from Leichhardt. Jack Ubergang from the Armadale School, crossing the line in 4th position. Again, Dylan, if you could come and collect your medal from the podium, that would be much appreciated. We'll turn our attention to race 5. This is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. This is a 1,000-meter race. They're on the starting lineup at the moment. These girls will be less experienced than the few races beforehand. Many of these will be either the 2nd or 3rd regatta and only have a few weeks of rowing experience, so it's bound to be fun. No Coxes, obviously, in this double scull. On the far side from Sydney girls, we have Irish Yang and Chloe Tidstill. In lane 3 from Tara School, so Rita Wickerikram and Catherine Shen. From Loreto Normanhurst in lane 3, we have Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. From Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Chloe Owen and Madeline Colburn. From North Sydney Girls, we've got Emma Chu and Angela Cheng. In lane 7 from Tara School, we have Adrina Mahajan and Ruby Odbert. And in PLC in lane 8, from PLC in lane 8, we have Zoe, Leisha and Sophie Moore. The umpire just starting them up, just lining them up. There's no, obviously, boat holders at the 1,000-meter mark, so he has to line them up by eye. Good conditions to keep all the boats. No, not a breath of wind by the looks of the flags from my vantage point. And the course is almost glassy. Not quite. And they're all underway. Underway in race 5. It's schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. This should be an interesting race. There's obviously no Coxes in this race, so the girls have to rely on understanding the relative position within their lanes, steering by either the foot or probably most likely just pressure on either side of the boat to correct or recorrect the direction the boat is moving in. So already the umpires are calling for the boats to readjust, find the original lanes that they started out in. And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. This is for the race number 4. It was a schoolboy single scull. Won in a time of 8 minutes 11.11. The winner of the schoolboy single scull is Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the schoolboy single scull, Dylan Lee. And as I turn my attention back to this race, very close. I think may have been a boat clash between Tara and PLC on the 2 lanes. A couple of mistakes, more mistakes being made in this race than a PwC tax partner. They seem to have now separated and decided to diverge at a tremendous rate and have recrossed into a different lane now. But But as they go through the 500-metre mark, it's the Canberra Girls Grammar School of Chloe Owen and Madeleine Colburn, who are just have their noses in front of Sydney Girls, Iris Young and Chloe Tidsdale. Those two boats are some way out in front in first and second place. In third place, coming through the halfway mark, was North Sydney Girls. In fourth, Tara School. In fifth, PLC. In sixth, Emma Chu and Angela Cheng from North Sydney Girls. And in seventh, in lane 3, was the Tara School. Some of these boats have taken a scenic route to get to the finish, but not so Canberra Girls Grammar, who seem to have just extended out their lead, running a nice straight course to the finish as they come into the last 200 metres. Chloe Owen and Madeleine Colburn. Canberra Girls Grammar well in control, no pressure, nice and relaxed to the finish. Chloe Owen, Madeleine Colburn, Canberra Girls Grammar. They take first position in the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. It's going to be close for second between PLC. And on the far side, looks like Sydney Girls. And who takes second? Sydney Girls take second. Iris Young and Chloe Tisdale from PLC's Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore. In fourth place was the other boat. Forgive me, Canberra Girls Grammar School there. I think that's slightly off. I think there's some numbers changing there. Tara School finishing fifth. And who wants to finish on the course? North Sydney and Tara School just creep over the line there themselves. I think we'll wait for the official result there. So the official result of lane 5, and forgive me, it wasn't Canberra Girls Grammar, it was Loreto, Normanhurst, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins who finished in first place. In second place it was Sydney Girls, Iris Young and Chloe Tisdale. In third place it was PL Sydney's Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore. So the winners of race 5, the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, were Loreto, Normanhurst, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. Poppy and Ruby, forgive me, I got your names wrong, but please come and pick your medals up as soon as possible. On the course now is race 6. This is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 2. On the far side we have from PLC Zoe Lee and Rosemary Full. From in lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar we have Cordelia Valentine and Lucy Dale. From Loreto Normanhurst we have Taylor Miller and Lucy Meek. From Loreto Kirribilli, in lane 5, we have Lucia Bartlam and Ariel Wood. In lane 6, from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Amelia Panto and Eliza Ramasundra. In lane 7, from Sydney Girls, we have Mia Zhang and Fei Yang Zhang. And in lane 8, from Loreto Normanhurst, Akira Chisholm and Lucy Prentice. As they came through the halfway mark, it was Loreto Normanhurst's Taylor Miller and Lucy Meek with a 2-second lead over the two boats from Canberra Grammar. Sydney Girls Grammar, the Zhang boat, Mia and Fei Yang in fourth. In fifth, Loreto Normanhurst, and in sixth, PLC Sydney. So just 2 seconds between first and second at the halfway. This 1,000-metre race, it's race 6, it's the school year 8 double scull. And we'll see how it unfolds between Loreto Normanhurst and Sydney Girls. So in lane 4 from Loreto Normanhurst, Taylor Miller, Lucy Meek. And in lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, in the green, red and white. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Canberra Girls Grammar. They've just lost some ground. It's going to be close there as the finish. They start to wind up for the finish. So Loreto in the black, white and the gold in lane 4. Taylor Miller and Lucy Meek across the line with 2 1/3, 2.5 lengths from Canberra Girls Grammar. The time of 4 minutes 31. Going to be very close for third, but looks like the girls on the far side from Canberra Girls Grammar have just been pipped there by Sydney Girls in third place. Mia Zhang and Fei Yang Zhang. Great final half of the race there. Canberra Girls Grammar come fourth, PLC fifth, and it will be a photo between the two, or the boats from Loreto Normanhurst. We have a bit of an issue at the moment with one of the boats. May have got a bit of an equipment failure still on the course. We will turn our attention to the medal podium. It's the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 1. The winners from Loreto Normanhurst, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1, Loreto Normanhurst, Poppy Bensley and Ruby Mullins. As Loreto Kirribilli just finished that race. Looks like they had a bit of a problem in the middle of the race there. Lucia Bartlam and Ariel Wood, congratulations on finishing. We have another presentation here. This is for race 3. It's the schoolboy double scull. The winners in race 3 from the Armadale School, Oliver Bellman and Jack McCook. Please join me in congratulating the winners of race 3, the schoolboy double scull from Armadale School, Oliver Bellman and Jack McCook. We have race 7 underway. There is a scratch here from Pimble Ladies on the far side. So in lane 3 we've got Sydney Girls, Lauren Fong and Chloe Sun. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Camilla Griffin and Pepper Grenfell. In lane 5 from Sydney Girls, Erin Chi and Juliette Lefebvre. In lane 6 from Torah School, Millie Sivram and Melody Yang. And in lane 7 from Pimble Ladies, we've got Alex Ritchie and Eloise Jenkins. Quickly over to the medals podium again. This is race 6. It's the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 2. Like their fellow schoolgirls, this winner goes to Loreto Normanhurst, Tyler Miller and Lucy Meek. Tyler and Lucy are the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 2. And as race 7 goes through the halfway mark, it's Camilla Griffin and Pepper Grenfell from Canberra Girls Grammar. Managed to eke out 2 boat lengths over the second place girls from Sydney Girls, Lauren Fong and Chloe Sun in lane 3. Sorry, it's the other Sydney boat from lane 5. It's Era Chi and Juliette Lefebvre in lane 3. And in third place is Tara School. It's then the Sydney Girls, Lauren Fong and Chloe Sun in 4th. And in 5th, Pimble Ladies, Ritchie and Jenkins. As we cross the 1750 marker, the distinctive boats from Canberra Grammar, the green and white boats, are in the lead. But they're keeping an eye on their left-hand side. The girls from Sydney Girls School in the yellow and brown. The yellow and brown blades. They seem to have everything in control. Stroke there, just locking over her shoulder. Do Tara School in third position have anything left in the tank in the last 100 metres to pressure the girls from Sydney? Doesn't look like it. Maybe left it too late. But good win there for Canberra Girls Grammar. By the looks of things as they approach the last 10 strokes. Camilla Griffin and Pepper Grenfell in Division 3 of the Year 8 Double Scull take the win. Win there for Canberra Girls Grammar School. In second place, great result for Sydney Girls. Erin Chi and Juliette Lefebvre. Tara School will just manage to hold off the other boat from Sydney, who finished third. The Sydney boat of Fong and Sun finished 4th, which leaves Ritchie and Jenkins from Pimble Ladies to complete that race. Race 7, Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. Camilla and Pepper, please come and collect your medals as soon as possible. We go back to the halfway mark for race 8. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull. On the far side from Pimble Ladies is Claudia Wyatt. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Audrey Blacker. In lane 4 from Sydney is Heidi Heap. In lane 5 from Sydney Girls is Amala Philaine Zidan. In lane 6 from Askham is Ines Dive. And in lane 7 from Sydney Girls is Lin Yahan. And as we go through the 500-meter mark on this race 8, the schoolgirl year 8 single scull, we've got a clear winner here, Heidi Heap. She's heaping on the pressure to her competitors, a almost 15-second lead over Ingse Dive from Askham. Dominant sculling in the first 500 meters of this from Heidi here. In third place, coming through the halfway, was Pimble Ladies, Claudia Watt. Linya Han from Sydney Girls, and then in fifth and sixth, it was the Canberra Girls Grammar School boat of Audrey Blacker, and in sixth place, Sydney Girls Amala Delaney-Sutton. And the last 200 meters, under no pressure whatsoever. Looks like going to be a very, very dominant win here for sculler from Sydney, Heidi Heap, coached by Charlie Patterson. Racing for Sydney in their light blue blades there. Looks like Heidi's got certainly some hours under her belt in a single scull. Belies the capability of most year 8 scullers. That's not the first time she's been in a boat by any stretch of the imagination as she coasts through. Please come and get your medal, Heidi, as soon as possible. In second position, we've got Pimble Ladies, Claudia Wyatt, holding off from Askham's Ingse Dive, who just faded in the last half there. It's going to be close for fourth between Sydney Girls and Canberra Grammar. It's a photo. I think Canberra Grammar may have just picked, Linya Han may have just picked Audrey Blacker on the line there. And bringing up the rear is Amala Delaney-Sutton. I apologize, Amala, if I absolutely butchered your second name. So that was race 8 winner from Sydney, Heidi Heap, in a time of 4 minutes 24.06. Please, Heidi, come and collect your medal as soon as you can, if possible. Underway is race 9, the schoolgirl year 8 single scull division 2. On the far side we have from Pimble Ladies, Madison Landgrebe. In Sydney Girls boat, Evelyn Chu is in lane 3. Loreto Normanhurst, Alexander Hare in lane 4. In lane 5 we've got from Sydney Girls, Harper Kepi. In lane 6 we have Tara's Penelope Love. Seems to be a scratch from Pimble Ladies in lane 7. Coming through halfway, it was Harper Kepi who had a length over Pimble Ladies Madison Landgrebe. Those two boats were well out in front in third place, from the third place rower of Alex Hare from Loreto Normanhurst. So Harper and Madison, looks like it's closed up a bit from this angle as they approach the last 200 meters. But Harper Kepi from Sydney Girls in the distinctive yellow boat in the middle of the fat pack, just keeping her eye over her right shoulder from Madison Landgrebe. Both rowers have increased their rates. It's going to be close. Madison's absolutely put the foot down here. Let's see if she can go through it. Certainly a strong finish from Madison. Is Harper fading a bit towards the finish? Madison is pumping it through here. Let's see in the last 200 meters as if she's got it. It's going to be very close between Harper Kepi from Sydney Girls and Madison Landgrebe from Pimble Ladies. As they approach the last 10 strokes, it's stroke for stroke. Very close, coming back now into it now, very close. I have to say, Madison Langribe just takes it by less than half a second from Sydney girls, Harper Kepi. Great finish there from both scullers. They will certainly feel that. In third place, we have Loreto, Normanhurst, Alex Hare. A great race there. Closest finish of the day. It goes, and well deserved, to Madison Langribe from Pymble Ladies, who beats Sydney girls, Harper Kepi, by 0.41 of a second. In a time of 4:34.00. In fourth place, Evelyn Chu from Sydney girls crosses the line. Which leaves just Penelope Love on the course for Tora. Give Penelope Love a round of applause as she comes through from Tara School. We will turn our attention back to the medal podium. A dominant win here. This is the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull Division 1. Medals presented by Josephine Egan and Jess Lenahan, the captain and vice captain of boats at the school. This is the winner from Sydney, Heidi Heap, the gold medal winner of the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull Division 1. Congratulations, Heidi. So we go all the way back down to the start for race 10. It's 2,000 meter race. It's schoolgirl Year 8. Sorry, schoolgirl Year 10-8. They're still on the lineup, still on the starting podium. I'll give you the lineups. So, full 7 boats in this race. These girls will be quite experienced. They'll be looking at another couple of years rowing at their schools. As as Tara School just comes into shot there. They're still lining up. On the far side in lane 2, we have the Queenwood boat, Charlotte Nell, Georgia Hurley, Lucinda Duku, Charlotte Burt, Flo Vich, Isabel Kennedy, Daisy Waite, Sophia White, and Cox by Isabel Goss. In lane 3 from Pymble Ladies, Winter Shervington, Ella Willits, Sarah Khan, Anne MacDonald, Caitlin Binley, Scarlett Olsen, Millie Culnane, Zoe Hart, Cox by Mia Solomons. In lane 4 from St Catherine's, Genevieve Links, Talia Morgan, Ella James, Holly Cochran, Imogen Baldassare, Matisse Borthwick, Freya Gaston, Eva Hunstead, and Cox by Indy Warnock. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Abby Kerr, Jessica Woods, Molly Mason, Katie Smith, Grace Tancred, Ruby Lego, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy, and Cox by Zoe McKay. In lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli, Lily Loyterton, Mary Dunstan, Gemma Ronan, Maddie Whelan, Elizabeth Roberts, Sarah Holt, Florence Hennessy, Millie Fallon, and Cox by Lulu Warren. In lane 7 from Tara School, Maria Karoutsas, Matilda Badman, Michaela Hussein, Hannah Ryan, Gemma Waterhouse, Layla Odbert, Amy Rouse, Olivia Bailey, and Cox by Sanhanya Jayasuriya. In lane 8 from Loreto Kirribilli, Sarah Steele, Zara Jean Falinsky, Phoebe Ahern, Nellie McKieran, Chloe Donahoe, Chloe Stevenson, Scarlett Cortez, Luella Roberts, and Cox by Alana Casalo. And we'll turn our attention to the podium once again for race 9. It's the schoolgirl Year 8 single scull gold medal winner. Won in a time of 4 minutes 34.00. the winner from Pimble Ladies, Madison Lagrebe. Please join me in congratulating Madison on the win of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 2. And the race 10 is underway. It's a Schoolgirl Year 8. All boats have got away, some more cleanly than others. Seems the Queenwood boat has dropped back somewhat. And if the lane draw is anything to go by, it looks like the Kinross Walleroy boat has got its nose out in front. As they come through the 500 metre mark, it's Kinross Walleroy just second in front of the Pimble Ladies in lane 3. Loreto, Kirribilli, a good showing in the first 500 metre in lane 6th to be in 3rd. St Catherine's are in 4th, dropping back about a second and a half. Loreto, Kirribilli's in lane 5th. In lane 6th will be Queenwood, and they're being chased by Tara, who are 0.1 of a second down in 7th position. And are starting to drop off. The Queenwood and Tara boats are starting to drop off the rest of the pack. But still a long way to go. It's a 2,000 metre race. And as the eights start to settle down into their race, stroke rate and rhythm, it's important at this stage in an eights that you're not dropped off the leading pack too early. Positions can move, not dramatically, but they certainly can move quite rapidly in eights. Depending on their individual race plans, the boats and the athletes will be told maybe to go hard at the start and get their nose down in front by the halfway with a view to assess where they are at the 1,500 metre mark, or alternatively keep something in the tank and finish strong, raising rate and pace up for maybe the 1,300 metre mark. See where they are there. As they approach the halfway mark, Kinross Walleroy boat managed to keep hold of that lead, in fact extend it by over a length from Pimble Ladies. Loreto, Kirribilli are still knocking on the door of Pimble Ladies for second and third. St Catherine's are a length behind almost in 4th. Tara School again a length behind them. Queen would have dropped back somewhat from Tara in 6th position. Loreto, Kirribilli some way behind the Queenwood boat in lane 8 nearest the grandstand. That's a great shot there from the cameras, if you can see it on the big screen. Kinross Walleroy comfortable going through the halfway mark out in front. coming through the 1500 metre mark. Kinross have maintained their lead. Kinross with the white and sky and navy blue hoops. Extended their lead by, I'd say, about 2 1/3 lengths from Pimble Ladies. Almost 10 seconds on Pimble Ladies, who've pushed on a bit and given themselves a bit of breathing room from Loreto, Kirribilli, who are in 3rd place. St. Catherine's had a good third 500. Are encroaching and have got overlap on Loreto. Tara's in 5th. Queenwood in 6th. And Loreto, Kirribilli and the near side are still struggling to hang on to the rest of the pack. 200 metres to go, 250 metres to go. Under no pressure from the following boats. Kinross, Walroy maintaining a good length and a reasonably comfortable stroke rate. If Pimble want to do anything in this race, they're going to have to go earlier. What a great example of a nicely timed boat here. Under no pressure. Great timing in this boat, catching together and finishing together. So Kinross Walleroy, comfortable win. In this, the schoolgirl year 8, year 10, 8, should I say. Pimble Ladies under a bit of a pressure with both boats from St. Catherine's and Kirribilli. They're going to hold on by a length. So Pimble finished 2nd. In 3rd, it's Loreto's, Kirribilli's first boat. Just again finish 1.25 lengths in front of St. Catherine's. Going to be close between the Queenwood boat and Tara. Tara just take it by 1/3 of a length, 1/2 of a length over Queenwood. And give them a round of applause. Loreto, Kirribilli boat of Steele, Valinsky, Ahern's, McKieran, Donahue, Stevenson, Cortez, Roberts and Coxed by Alana Casalo. They finish in 7th position. So please, Kinross Walleroy, can you please come and collect your medals from the podium as soon as possible? And we'll turn our attention to the podium once again. This is race 7, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 3. Great race, very well run here. The winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull from Canberra Girls Grammar, Camilla Griffin and Pepper Grenfell. Please join me in congratulating Camilla and Pepper, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 3. Back to the halfway line. Next race, race 11, is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. So going back to sculling boats here. On the far side, we have Mossman, Abigail Walsh, Daisy Conlon, Kate Futrell, Emily Kemper-Mays, and Cox by Alex Pearson. We've got Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2, Queenwood in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 5. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, and lane 7, Pimble Ladies. All boats got underway. And on the far side, you'll see the distinctive red and scarlet stripes of Mossman. Club represented here by various schools around the northern beaches. There's, I believe, 18 clubs represented today. The vast majority obviously from schools, but we have MLC School, Maris Sisters from Woolwich, We've got DRC Rowers, Glebe Rowing Club, and Central Tablelands Rowing Club as well. So great diversity across the different clubs being represented today, which is great to see. And as they come through the halfway markets, once again, Kinross Walleroy with a good lead. 5 seconds away from Pymble Ladies already. Loreto Kirribilli in third, in fourth Sydney Girls, in fifth Mossman, and in sixth place Queenwood. So great shot there from the umpiring launch of the battle, the perennial battle between Loreto Kirribilli and Queenwood. Both schools share a boathouse and row out of Middle Harbour. But both schools are at this moment in the wake of Kinross Walleroy. As the camera pans around, you can see the distance. You can see the relative difference between these boats. Kinross Walleroy almost in the distance. Had 5 seconds on Pymble Ladies in lane 7 nearest the grandstand. See if Pymble Ladies have closed that as they come up to the finish line. Appears that Kinross Walleroy well in control, keeping the pressure on right through to the finish. And a great length, really spinning the hands away at the finish. Prepared themselves well in advance to take the all-important catch, which is so important in these quad sculls, to be set and ready all together as a crew to take the catch for these quick moving quads. The second relative quickest boat behind the 8. Kinross Walleroy take a great win there. Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. It's going to be close between Pymble and Loreto. Pymble just take it by 2/3 of a length from Loreto Kirribilli. What can Mossman and Sydney? Mossman just lose out to Sydney Girls there by 0.6 of a second. Queenwood finished 6th in that race. So Kinross Walleroy win that in race 11 in a time of 3:41.38. In second were Pymble Ladies. In third, Loreto Kirribilli. In fourth, Sydney Girls. In fifth, Mossman. And in sixth, Queenwood. We'll turn our attention to the medal podiums once again, and this is the winners of the schoolgirl year 10-8. Once again, the sky blue and navy hoops. Winners of the schoolgirl year 10-8 is Kinross Walleroy. The medals presented by Josephine and Jess, the captain and vice captain of boats here at Loreto. So Abby Kerr, Jess Woods, Molly Mason, Katie Smith, Grace Tancred, Ruby Lego, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy, and cocked by Zoe McKay. Please join me in congratulating the schoolgirl year 10-8 winners, Kinross Walleroy. Back on the race course for race 12, the schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Sorry, this is Division 1, Division 2, race 2. On the far side, we've got St. Catherine's. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst. In lane 6, PLC. And in lane 7, North Sydney Girls. Coming through the 500 metres, it was St. Catherine's in the lead by 2.8 seconds over Canberra Girls Grammar. In third were PLC, who certainly still in touch. In fourth, it was Loreto Normanhurst, and in fifth, it was North Sydney Girls. St. Catherine's still being pressured by Canberra Girls Grammar, who in turn are being pressured by PLC Sydney. So St. Catherine's in lane 3 on the far side. Not being given any room to breathe in this race. By Canberra Girls Grammar, but it looks like St. Catherine's are going to take a win by a length and a quarter from Canberra Girls Grammar, who've kept the pressure on all the time. So win there for St. Catherine's. Canberra Girls Grammar will finish second. PLC just fading slightly there in the last half of the race to finish third. North Sydney Girls will finish a length ahead of Loreto. Bring up the rest back of the field. That was race 12, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, Division 2. Winners St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's, if you could please come and pick your medals up as soon as possible, that'd be very much appreciated. And we'll turn our attention once again to the medal podium. It's Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 winners. The medals now are going to be presented by David Brock, who's Head of Sport, and Beth Nern, who's the Dean of Co-Curriculum at the school. The winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 from Kinross Walleroy, Emily Wise, Isabella Grout, Rani Jackrid, Belle Clinton, and James Bruce. Jane Bruce is the Cox. So Emily Wise, Isabel Grout, Rani Jarek, Belle Clinton, and coxed by James Bruce. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 Kinross Walleroy. And from one winning Kinross boat to another by the looks of things. This is race 13. Girls in lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy once again being pressured by Pymble ladies on their right side. A length and a canvas win there from Kinross Walleroy in a time of 3 minutes 51.35. Only 2 seconds in front of the pre-race. It's going to be close between Canberra and Normanhurst here in lane 4 and lane 7, but yeah, Canberra just take it. So third, Canberra Girls Grammar. Loreto Normanhurst finished fourth. Which leaves North Sydney to bring up the rest of the field. So that was race 13. It was the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Division 1 as well. So we'll go over to Division 2 at the moment. Just compare time. So that was a win for Kinross Walleroy in a great time of 3 minutes 51, which is only 2 seconds behind the Division 1 race, which is run by St. Catherine's in a time of 3 minutes 49.14. In the Division 2 race, which is underway now, we've got Sydney Girls on the far side, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 4. Lane 5 is Queenwood. In lane 6 is St. Catherine's. In lane 7, PLC Sydney. As they approach the 500-metre mark, all boats look to be relatively in contention. Might be that, looks like from this angle that Queenwood have just got the nose in head by about half a length as they come through the halfway mark. Yeah, it does indeed appear that Queenwood are just a second ahead of St. Catherine's, who themselves are a second ahead of Loreto, who are less than a second ahead of PLC. Sydney Girls just a bit behind that, but it's going to be very close here. As they come to the last 250, looks like Queenwood are certainly coming under pressure from all sides, really. PLC boat, Loreto Kirribilli on their left, and even the St. Catherine's boat on the other side. And it's going to be very close. Looks like Queenwood might be running out of steam if they've got anything left in the tank. Certainly under pressure at the moment. On their right, Loreto, Kirribilli. On their left, St. Catherine's and PLC. So looks like going to be a close finish here. Bit of a mistake there from Loreto Kirribilli. But it's Queenwood and St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's coming back very strong in the last 100 metres here. Really powering through here. Have Queenwood got enough in them? Can they make a response here? Very close, stroke for stroke. Both these boats going at it. St. Catherine's with a great surge here at the end of the last 100 metres. Taken out a length from Queenwood to be in the lead. The last few strokes, St. Catherine's take it by half a length over Queenwood. 1.2 seconds in front. Loreto Kirribilli maintain their position in third. In fourth, PLC. And in fifth, Sydney Girls there. Great race there with a great finish from St. Catherine's to take that win in the last 200 metres. So that's a win for St. Catherine's. That was the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 in a time of 3:57.22. Which is slightly slower than the previous division. We'll go back to the 1,000-metre mark and race 15. It's schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Certainly this Year 9 Cox Quad Scull is probably the most heavily subscribed race in the schedule today. In lane 2 we have PLC Sydney. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies. In lane 4, St. Catherine's. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 6, MLC. And in lane 7, nearest to Grandstand, we have Mossman. Bit of a delay on the start, lining up for race 15. Can I remind all winners of their races to please come and collect your medals from the medals tent as quick as possible. And all competitors and boats, please return your bow numbers as quick as possible. A slight delay here. We're actually, as a testament to the volunteers and the organisers of the regatta, we're running ahead of schedule, which is very unusual. So we're just waiting for race 15, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3, Division 1 to commence, and it's due off in approximately 3 minutes. We will turn our attention to the medal podium. On the medals podium now is the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Division 1. And another win for Kinross Walleroy. Georgia Clunas, Laura Chudley, Sophie Stanisforth, Caitlin Conan, and coxed by Harriet Bird. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Kinross Walleroy. Race 15 is underway. Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Division 4. But we'll turn our attention to the medal podium as they race down the lake. This is the winners of race 12. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. The winners from St. Catherine's: Ashley Innes, Stella Olendera-Smith, Sarah Rupnik-Williams, Phoebe Sherrod, and Cox by Claudia Lynham. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, St. Catherine's. So on the lake at the moment is race 15. On the far side, PLC Sydney. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies. In lane 4, St. Catherine's. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar. In lane 6, MLC. And in lane 7, Mossman. As they all boats got off to a clean start. And as they come through the 500-metre mark, it's Pimble Ladies in lane 3. 2 seconds in front of St. Catherine's, who are being pressured by Canberra Girls Grammar. All the boats in the middle of the pack. On the near side, from Mossman in lane in 4th, MLC in 5th, and PLC on the far side in lane 2 are in 6th position. That was the gap as they went through 500 metres. And as they approach the last 150 metres, Pimble Ladies in lane 3 seem to have their nose in front. St. Catherine's are certainly under pressure from Canberra Girls Grammar. But Pimble ladies in the red, white and blue. I've got at this late stage a relatively comfortable margin between them and second and third place. Canberra Girls Grammar keep on knocking on the door. St. Catherine's. Pimble are going to take the win there by a length and 3/4. St. Catherine's hold on for second. Canberra Girls Grammar for third by half a length. In fourth, Mossman. Mossman just crossing the line there. It's going to be close for fifth and sixth. MLC and PLC. Blue versus the red. Blues take it. MLC School finish fifth. PLC finish sixth. So the winner there for Pimble ladies in a time of 4:02.33. So Emily, Ellie, Leander and Sanya and Angela Cox, please come and collect your medals as soon as possible. Looks like the weather's holding off for a while, which is great news for the rowers. I don't think it's currently raining at the moment. Can't really tell from here, but great conditions here today. We have race 16 on the course right now. It's the Year 9 Cots Quad Scull Division 3, Division 2. On the far side, we have the boat from Loreto, Kirribilli. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Sydney Girls. In lane 6, Loreto, Normanhurst. And in lane 7, Queenwood. As they went through the halfway, it was the boat from Kinross Walleroy who had a good lead on the boat from Queenwood in lane 7, who were being pressured by Loreto, Kirribilli, who were in third. In fourth, the Sydney Girls. In fifth, Loreto, Normanhurst. Only 5 boats in this race. So coming through the halfway way mark, the blue and the white, the navy and sky blue of Kinross Walleroy certainly had a lead. I think that lead is certainly closed by the looks of things at the moment. It looks like the Queenwood boat are certainly being quite quick through this middle half of the race. Having been some almost 5 seconds down, I think they've actually had a corker middle part of the race and are actually in the lead and maybe got their noses in front at the moment. Not the tidiest boat from Queenwood, but certainly looks like it's managed to get some pace. But it will be close between Queenwood, Kinross Walleroy, and even on the far side, Loreto, Kirribilli. And this will be a sprint to the finish in the last 150 metres. Have Kinross Walleroy done enough? Have they timed this to perfection? But certainly that Queenwood boat has got the bit between its teeth. As I say, not the most efficient boat, but it's moving at some pace. Kinross Walleroy. Queenwood absolutely steaming down the line. It's going to be very close here between Queenwood and Kinross Walleroy. Who wants it more? Looks like the girls in the black, red and white want it more and take, having been 6 seconds behind at the halfway, win that from Kinross Walleroy, who just managed to hold off by half a length Loreto, Kirribilli. So great second half of the race there. In fact, middle of the race from Queenwood, taking almost 9 seconds out of the Kinross Walleroy boat. Queenwood finished first, Kinross Walleroy second, Loreto, Kirribilli third. Sydney Girls just taking fourth there, which leaves Loreto and Normanhurst to bring up the rest of the field. So Queenwood in a time of 4:06.18. Please come and collect your medals. We will turn our attention to the medals podium once again. This is the winners of race 14, the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. From St Catherine's, Georgie Smith, Ginger Campbell, Elvie Liston, Lillian Orange, and the Cox Zinnia Shoe. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Cox Quad Scull Division 2, St Catherine's. We have on the course race 17, schoolgirl Year 9, Cox Quad Scull Division 4. On the far side, Queenwood. In lane 3, Tara School. In lane 4, St Catherine's. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies. In lane 6, Sydney Girls. In lane 7, Canberra Grammar. And in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli. Through the halfway mark, it was Queenwood with almost 5 seconds margin in front of Loreto Kirribilli. So the boats on the far side and the near side in first and second position. Some distance separating them. In third were Canberra Girls Grammar. In fourth were Pimble Ladies. In fifth, St Catherine's. Sixth, Tara. And seventh, Sydney Girls. Not a lot to separate these boats, but it's certainly at halfway it looked like Queenwood and Loreto Kirribilli were racing for line honours. And as they approach the final 200 metres, and as we approach the final stages, have the Queenwood girls got enough to stay out in front? Certainly, they look like it from this stage, but it's the boats on the near side from Loreto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls Grammars have a great middle of the race, certainly coming from the third position to the second position at the moment. Queenwood are going to take this quite comfortably on the far side. Lindveld, Hannah, Hunt, Hud and Lugtenberg take the win for Queenwood. A great finish to the race here from Canberra Girls Grammar, who were sitting in third at the halfway mark and have taken several lengths out of Loreto to finish third. Sorry, to finish second. So Canberra Girls Grammar finished second. Loreto, Kirribilli, good first showing, finished second there. In lane 5 from Loreto Normanhurst. So Sydney Girls in lane 5 finished fourth. Fifth, Loreto Normanhurst. Sixth, Tara and Sydney will be a photo. So Queen will take the win there. Second, Canberra Girls Grammar. Third, Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth, Pimble Ladies. Fifth, St Catherine's. And we'll see the photo for Tara and Sydney Girls in a few seconds. We will turn our attention to the medals podium, which is for Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. This was won by Pimble Ladies. Emily England, Ellie Poynton, Leander McLaughlin, Sanaya Lakani, and Cox by Angelina Attinger. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Cox Quad Scull Division 3, Division 1, Pimble Ladies. Please remind all competitors, if you've won your race, please come to the medal podium as quick as possible. That goes for you, Queenwood girls, who've just won that race. Please come and collect your medals as quick as possible. So we have on the lake now race 18 underway. Loreto Kirribilli on lane 2, St Catherine's in lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4, Tara in lane 5, Queenwood in lane 6 and North Sydney in lane 7. We'll turn our attention quickly to the medals podium once again. This is for race 16, it's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. The winners from Queenwood: Genevieve Hayes, Zoe Elliott, Tessa Cavalier, Chelsea Yates, and Cox by Lucinda Twigg. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Cox Quad Scull Division 3, Queenwood. And going through the halfway mark of race 18. Looks like Queenwood had a 4-second lead over St. Catherine's. It's a strong showing from the Year 9 girls from Queenwood. Looks like they've managed to maintain their lead. So Queenwood were leading at the 500-metre mark by almost 4 seconds from St. Catherine's. Canberra Girls Grammar were 3rd, Tara 4th, Loreto Kirribilli 5th, and North Sydney Girls 6th. As they approach the final 100 metres, Queenwood look quite comfortable, quite assured to take the win. Isabella McNee, Claudia Gasman, Katya Cassidy, Ilva Knutson and Cara Jolly-Poole take the win quite comfortably. Maybe close for second between Canberra Girls Grammar and St. Catherine's once again. This time, second place will go to Canberra Girls Grammar. Third, St. Catherine's by half a length. We've got a length over Loreto Kirribilli. In 5th place, Tara, bringing up the rear. It'll be North Sydney Girls. We'll turn our attention to the medal podium once again. This is race 17. It's the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. There. So from Queenwood School, we've got Eloise Lindvelt, Bronte Hanna, Sophie Hunt, Elise Hudd, and coxed by Emma Lutenberg. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4, Queenwood School.
Just a public service announcement to please return all your bow numbers as soon as you've finished your race. Thank you.
So I'm joined this morning by a new voice in the commentary box, I'm pleased to say. It's Lucy Yabsley. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have said your name several times because I know you've won multiple races over the number of years I've been commentating, so it's absolutely a pleasure to see you in the commentary box. And I hope you enjoy your experience.
Thanks so much.
But don't do commentary just yet. Keep on rowing as much as you can.
Yeah.
So we've got race 19 underway. It's the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. On the far side, we've got Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 3, we've got Queenwood. In lane 4, St Catherine's. In lane 5, the second boat from Queenwood. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 7, St Catherine's. And in lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar. And as they came through the halfway line, it was St Catherine's boat in lane 4 of Charles Morgan, Stella Copland, Madeline Innes, Delphi Walsman, and coxed by Claudia Lynham, who were in the lead. They were some 8.5 seconds away from their other boat from St Catherine's, who were leading only slightly from Loreto Kirribilli in third. Queenwood in fourth, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2 on the far side. In fifth position, in sixth was the other Canberra Girls Grammar boat, and in Queenwood 3 were finishing in 7th position through the halfway mark. But as they come to the 250 mark, certainly looks like the two boats from St Catherine's are still in the lead. The dominant boat here is the boat in lane 4. Still maintain their margin. Doesn't look like to be, from this angle, as much as the almost 9 seconds through the halfway line, but still some considerable lengths from their school compatriots. Loreto Kirribilli giving a bit of a push in the last 250 to see if they can get and overtake the St Catherine's boat in second position, but have they left it too late? Certainly the boat from St Catherine's in lane 4, dominant win, keeping it very controlled. No real pressure at all as I approach the last 50 metres of this race 19, the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. St. Cath's take the win. St. Catherine's take silver. He's holding off the Loreto Billy boat, who's going to come in third by a length and a half. In fourth will be the Queenwood boat in lane 5. Chang, Spring, Carlsberger, Tumbers, and Cox by Shiloh McLean. Very close between the two Canberra boats there in lane 8 and lane 2. It's the boat in lane 8 nearest the grandstand who took it. And then we have the Queenwood girls who dribble over the line to finish in 7th. The winners there, race 19, St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's second boat. Charlize Morgan, Stella Copland, Maddie Innes, Delphi Walsman and Claudia Lynham. Please come and collect your medals as soon as possible.
Next race is race 20, the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Scull. In lane 4 we have Sydney Frederick, and lane 5 we have Leichhardt William. This is a 2,000 metre race. Race 20, the schoolboy year 10 single. Looks like William Spuge is the only one in this race. Frederick Way from Sydney has scratched. William has come through the 500 metre mark at 2:13.
We'll turn our attention to the podium. A bit of a slight mistake last time. Awarded right school, wrong medals, or certainly wrong competitors. This is the winners of race 17. This is the schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. So the winners are Eloise Lindveld, Bronte Hannah, Sophie Hunt, Elsie Hood, and Cox by Emma Luttenberg. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Cox Quad Scull Division 4, Queenwood. As we turn our attention back to the lake and the loneliness of the long distance sculler. Dear William is still out there coming through 1500 metre mark. The time of 6 minutes 50.92. William representing Leichhardt. It's the only sculler in this race. So two strategies. Either go for a PB best time all by himself, or just wallow in the glory of knowing he's already won a gold medal from the start. There was a fist pump in the air when I think his competitor didn't turn up at the start. I saw from the cameras. So maybe he's just going to take it easy. Conserve his energy for maybe a race tomorrow, who knows. But William looks to be much pleased with himself, very in control as he approaches the last 250 metres of this race 20, the year 10 schoolboy single scull. as William Spooge from Leichhardt showboating as he passes the grandstand here. Will certainly be the winner of the schoolboy Year 10 single scull. Let's see what time he does. Does he go under 8 minutes? Crosses the line. He goes 8 minutes, 58.33. So under 9 minutes. I don't know if that's good or not for William, but well done, William. Please come and collect your medal for a well-deserved win of this schoolboy Year 10 single scull.
And on the course now is race 21, the schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. In lane 4, the Armidale School 2. Lane 5, Leichhardt, and lane 6, Armidale 1. Coming through the 1,000 metre mark, Leichhardt is in front, closely followed by Armidale 1 and then Armidale 2. We'll turn our attention to the medal podium, where race 20, schoolboy Year 10 single scull from Leichhardt, William Spooge has taken the win.
As we go through the 1,500 metre mark for race 21, it's Leichhardt looking strong in front. Some 6 seconds from the boys from Armidale. Armidale 1 in the near side was in second, and Armidale 2 on the far side was in third. Some 11 seconds beyond the leaders. But Leichhardt seem to have this under control. Great conditions here. Lucy was just commentating, it's nice to be not so hot here at Penrith, but the wind is great, not really a breath. Quite glassy conditions. Looks like Leichhardt pushing themselves all the way home. Armadale School on their left-hand shoulders in the distinctive fluorescent yellow bucket hats. Usually racing those. Not going to give up, certainly. But Dylan Lee, Peter Simkovic, Remy Wilson and Riley Lee Coxall. Coxby, Charlie Joyce. Holding up the bow number. Well done there. Well done there, Charlie. Keep hold of it. Going to take the win here. Dominant win for Leichhardt. Holding up lane number 5, but taking position number 1. Leichhardt win that, the schoolboy Cox Quad Scull, in a great time of 7 minutes 15:04. Armadale second, some 2.5 lengths behind. Cook, Ubergang, Bellman, Nielsen, and Cox by Amelie Irby. And Chick, Pengeli, Burgess, Curtin finish in 3rd position. Right, we'll go right back to the end of the lake again, 2,000 meters start on the far side of the lake. It's race 22, it's Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1, we've got a full 7 competitors. There's been a scratch from Askham. PLC in lane 1, Riley, McCartney, Reeves, Barrett, Cox by Lily Cameron. In lane 2 from the Armadale School, we've got Crawford, Lawrence, Tybalt, Marulis and Cox by Alice Carter. In lane 3 from Sydney Girls, Steele, Bilbao, Moniega, Dang and Cox by Jennifer Engo. In lane 4 from the Armadale School, we've got McDougall, Bellinger, Kirkton, Cullen and Cox by Grace Rogers. Scratch from Askham in lane 5, which leaves in lane 6 from Mossman, Maloney, Hornby, Kirkman, Bradshaw and Cox by Coe Lane. In lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, King, Walker, Burns, Lilly, Noonan, Cox, Olivia Noonan coxing there. And in lane 8 from Kinross, Walleroy on the nearest side of the lake, we have Wilkins, Scammell, Searle, Wong and Cox by Emily Caro. So Lucy, any predictions for this?
Well, they're not quite at the... Oh, they've come through the 500 metre mark.
Yeah.
Kinross Wallaway won, are ahead, but closely followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, less than a second.
Yep, that's great. I think Kinross will be certainly some familiar names to me in the Kinross Walleroy boat. Have already medalled today. So they'll be certainly the ones to watch. An early showing reflects that. So despite them being in the lane nearest to us, which is certainly not at a disadvantage in today's conditions, they're leading the pack at the moment through the 500 metre mark. We'll turn our attention to race 21. It's the winners of the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. The race just finished. Great result here for Leichhardt. So the winners, Dylan Lee, Peter Simkovic, Remy Wilson, Riley Lee Coxall, and Ably Cox by Charlie Joyce. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull, Leichhardt.
Coming through the 1,000 metre mark, Canberra have taken the lead over Kinross Wallaroi, but they've only got 0.4 of a second between them.
Just a public service announcement to the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar School. Please return your bow number, lane number 5, as quick as possible. That's Canberra Girls Grammar School. If you have bow marker number 5, please return it as soon as possible. It goes for all competitors. Please return your bow numbers to race control as quick as possible. And things are hotting up here in the final stages of race 22. It's between Canberra Girls Grammar and Kinross Wallaroi. Early showing said Kinross Wallaroi right in front through the halfway, but Canberra Girls Grammar have come through at the halfway line and just still trying to eke out inches on Kinross Wallaroi. So Canberra Girls Grammar in the distinctive green and white boat, Kinross Wallaroi in the blue boat. Both boats on the near side are going for it, hammer and tongs to the finish. Canberra Girls Grammar just lucked to have that ability to send their boat an inch or two every stroke, a bit longer, a bit further, and keeping those sculling blades right into the finish. Stroke rate a tiny bit higher than the Kinross Wallaroi boat. Looking like a strong finish here. Another good win from Canberra Girls Grammar. It's got this great kind of end of race pace here. They've taken great leaps and chunks of time and space out of the Kinross Wallaroi. Canberra Girls Grammar take the win there by a length and a quarter from Kinross Wallaroi. Both boats a long way in front of their competitors. Great race there in a time of 7 minutes 26.68. The winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, some 3.47 seconds in front of. A great race there from Kinross Wallaroi as the rain starts to descend once again. In third place we have the Armidale School. And can Mossman hold off Sydney Girls? We'll see. A couple of mistakes there from Mossman, but I think they've got enough in the bag to keep the brown and yellow from Sydney Girls off. So Mossman finish 4th, Sydney Girls 5th. On the far side, it's going to be PLC in the dark red and black, just from the Armidale School, who are using their bucket hats to keep the rain off rather than the sun off today. So that was the unofficial result of race 22, the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. In first place, Canberra Girls Grammar with a great win there. In second, Kinross Wallaroi. In third, Armidale. In fourth, Mossman. Fifth, Sydney Girls. Sixth, PLC. And seventh, the Armidale School. Please come and collect your medal as soon as possible, Canberra Girls Grammar.
On the course now is race 23, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. Lane 1, we have Tara. Lane 2, Queenwood 1. 3, Mossman. 4, Canberra Girls Grammar 2. 5, Loreto Normanhurst. 6, Queenwood 2. 7, PLC 2. And 8, Armidale School 2.
And another call out, please. All coaches, all competitors, anybody involved in getting the boat on and off the water, please, please return your bow numbers. It's vital that we have bow numbers for the races. Thank you very much for returning your bow numbers as expediently as possible after the races. If you don't have any bow numbers, then people are going to get in trouble. So please return your bow numbers as quick as possible. Thank you.
Coming through the halfway mark now, we have Canberra Girls Grammar 2, closely followed by Armidale School 2 and Tara School. Canberra Girls Grammar 2 have gained quite a healthy lead on the field at the 1500 metre mark, followed by Armidale 2, Tara School, Queenwood 1.
In the final stages of this race, 23, it's like the girls from Canberra Grammar have maintained that lead. A couple of bobbles there on the near side from Armadale School. Don't think that's going to worry Canberra Girls Grammar that much. While they're looking over their left shoulders to the far side of the course. They see them from the corner of their eyes. The bucket hats not really going to give them any pressure at all. Canberra Girls Grammar. Kirby Cox, Isabella Orswick, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, Cox by Eliza Miller. Take the win there. Harriet Crawford, Claire Watt, Ruby Highland, Poppy Hall, Tempe MacArthur Onslow from the Armadale School finished second. Tara School finished third. Queenwood fourth. And certainly fourth and fifth by the looks of things. Mossman will finish sixth. And PLC in seventh position. So another win there for Canberra Girls Grammar in a time of 7 minutes 26.68. Sorry, that's wrong. In a time of 7 minutes 58.43. PLC. Give them a round of applause. PLC School finishing off the race 23 Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Canberra Girls Grammar, please come and collect your medals as soon as possible, and all competitors return their bow numbers as soon as they've finished racing, please.
Through the halfway mark is race 24, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Division 3. Lane 2, Armadale. Lane 3, Sydney Girls 2. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi 3. 5, Canberra Girls Grammar 3. 6, Kinross Wallaroi 2. And 7, Mossman. Mossman are out ahead, followed by Kinross 2 and Kinross 3. Then Armadale, followed by Sydney Girls 2.
And as we come up to the final stages in this race 24, it's going to be close. The Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Girls from Mossman managed to maintain that lead. And coming under a bit of pressure from Kinross Wallaroi. Just over their shoulders. Both boats actually from Kinross Wallaroi. But they've got it in the bag. These girls from Mossman, Elise Coates, Eloise Stevens, Lottie Ravenstein, Erica Nutt, and Cox by Alex Pearson. Great showing here for a club. It's the girls from Mossman Rowing Club who row out of Middle Harbour. Win The schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Kinross Walleroy finish second and third. And Mossman there finished in a time of 7:34.22, which was more than 20 seconds quicker than the previous race. Canberra Girls Grammar, who finished in a time of 5:58. So that's a good showing there from the girls from Mossman in Division 3. We have Sydney Girls. That's the Armadale School just crossing. Sydney Girls, Zemo Kang, Noah Kepi, Nazara Jones, Zoe N. Laxamana, and Cox by Shalona Achara finish that race. Race 23, won by Mossman. Please come and collect your medals, Mossman, as soon as possible. Mossman, please come and collect your medals as soon as possible. Thank you.
Race 25, schoolgirl second 8, over the halfway mark. In lane 2, Loreto Normanhurst 2, lane 3, Loreto Curability, 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, 5, St Cath's, 6, Pimble Ladies, and 7, Loreto Curability. Loreto Curability have a 4.4 second lead over St Cath's at the halfway mark.
So coming through the 1500 metre mark in this, the schoolgirl second 8, Loreto Curability have still maintained that lead of about 6 seconds, which is a boat and a half length in these 8s from St Catherine's, who've got almost a boat length on Canberra Girls Grammar. Pimble in 4th, Loreto Curability in 5th, and Normanhurst in 6th. So Loreto Curability, Eva Eels, Elsie Hutton, Ella Chidley, Mabel Oxenham, Maya Strudwick, Annabelle Ross, Heidi Ahern's, Chloe Cameron, and Cox by Emma Bunbury. Crowd suggests that St Catherine's are giving them a bit of a run for their money. As the angle unwinds from the tower, we'll see. There were a good distance at the 1500 metre mark. St Catherine's seem to have had a bit of a spurt when we come back. We'll see. Certainly looks like as if Loreto have got this in the bag. Loreto Curability, that is, in the distinctive blue and yellow blades. Pushing away now from St Catherine's as they firmly stamp their place as winners of the schoolgirl second 8. St Catherine's can try and keep that clear water distance between themselves And Canberra Girls Grammar, who finished in third. Loreto and looks like Pymble are going to have a ding-dong as well as the other Canberra boat on the far side. So it's going to be very close. Who's got this for fourth? Super close. That will be a photo between Loreto and Pymble, with Loreto Normanhurst on the far side, only 1.7 seconds behind. Very, very close there between Pymble and Loreto Kirribilli. But no doubt of the winner, that being the Loreto Kirribilli boat in lane 3. A firm winner there. As we see the replay there, ooh, just so tight. As we're watching it on screen here, that is very, very tight indeed. There we have the result. Pymble ladies. We'll quickly turn our attention before the schoolgirl first 8 concludes. It's the medal ceremony for the schoolgirl Cox Quad Division 2. This was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. So Kirby Cox, Isabella Warswick, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, and Eliza Miller. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Canberra Girls Grammar.
And through the 1500 metre mark now, the schoolgirl first 8. We have St Catherine's out in front with a 8-second lead over Queenwood, followed by Pymble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli, then Loreto Normanhurst.
So this race going true to form. St Catherine's have been dominating in the schoolgirl first 8 in the last few races. Not really much of a surprise. Very dominant crew this. Both sweep and scullers. Their experience in sculling race was showing. So St Catherine's look to have this nailed on. Melanie Poulis, Alice Steed, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Maddie Manis, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Leila Gaston, and Jasmine Abella as the Cox. Used to being in first position, this boat. So maintain their, I think, 100% record in the schoolgirl 8s so far this season. The win there for St Catherine's. Queenwood are going to finish second, followed by Pymble Ladies in third. So St Catherine's a time of 6:46.80, great time. They win some 10, almost 11 seconds in front of Queenwood. Pymble Ladies, some 3.2 seconds behind Queenwood. Loreto Kirribilli coming fourth. Crossing the line now in fifth, we have Loreto Normanhurst, who brings up the rear of the field. So confirming St Catherine's win the schoolgirl first eight. A reminder to all competitors to please come and collect your medals as soon as possible, and please return your bow numbers. If you've won your race, please turn around and come and get your gold medal from the medal podium before returning home. We will turn our attention once again to the medal podium. This is the gold medal award for race 25, the schoolgirl second eight. And these awards being presented by Lin Long, the Deputy Principal of Loreto Normanhurst here today, who's braved the weather. So from Loreto Kirribilli, we have Eva Eels, Elsie Hutton, Ella Childy, Mabel Oxenham, Maya Strudwick, Annabelle Rose, Heidi Ahern, Chloe Cameron, and coxed by Emma Bunbury. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirls second eight, Loreto Kirribilli.
Race 27, the schoolgirl year 10 double scull, Division 1 is underway now. In lane 2 we have Sydney, lane 3 Sydney Girls 1, 4 St Catherine's, 5 Mossman, 6 Loreto Normanhurst, lane 7 Armadale, lane 8 Mossman.
So all those boats off in the double scull, race 27, schoolgirl year 10 double scull, Division 1. Slight wibble from Mossman's Chloe Benfield and Anna McLean at the start. Just a bit of a steering issue, but they seem to have righted themselves and got back on course now. Won't have cost them too much at this early stage. But Lucy, any idea of any potential winners in this double scull? There's some regular names I see.
I'm not too familiar with the schoolgirl year 10 double cruise, but as I come through the 500 metre mark, it looks like Sydney has a lead over Mossman, followed by Sydney Girls, Mossman again, and Loreto Normanhurst.
Yeah, that's great. The Sydney boat on the far side, Heidi Heap and Matilda McConis. Heidi Heap, winner of her sculling race by some margin this morning, quite a dominant win. But the girls on this side of the course from Mossman, Alice Stringer and Elizabeth Kerr, coached by Ben Whitewolf, who certainly hanging in there early stages. They're down by 2.3 seconds. Sydney girls coming in through third. Mossman in fourth. Loreto, Normanhurst in fifth, and St Cath's in sixth. But early doors in this race 27, the schoolgirl year 10 double scull, Division 1. Still quite overcast and misty conditions at the far end of the court. If we look up the court, it's a great shot there from the umpire's launch, with the dark Satanic Hills in the background of this amazing setting and great facility we have here at Sydney International Regatta Centre. All the competitors are very lucky to be able to row on such a world-class, obviously world-class venue. And as they go through the halfway mark, Heap and McConis have heaped on the pressure on Mossman, extending their lead out to almost 7 seconds now. Mossman girls have pushed on from the girls from Sydney Girls School, Hugh and Lim, who lead by about a boat length, half a boat length from the second Mossman boat of Chloe Benfield and Anna McLean. Loreto Normanhurst in fifth, some way behind, and St. Catherine's are bringing up the rear of the field. We'll turn our attention to the medal podium. The winners of the schoolgirl first 8, race 26. And from St. Catherine's. They're certainly quicker rowing than they are getting on the podium. That's it, girls. Don't be shy. You've done it as many times before. So they're the winners of the schoolgirl first 8. Melanie Poulis, Alice Steed, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Madeleine Manis, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeleine Swain, Layla Gaston, and coxed by Jasmine Abella. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirl first 8, St. Catherine's.
Through to the last 500 metres, Sydney still have a healthy lead over Mossman in lane 5, followed by Sydney Girls, St. Catherine's and Loreto Normanhurst.
As we hear echoes of Go Normo coming from the stands. Closing stages of this race 27, the schoolgirl the year 10 double scull, Division 1. True to form and leading from the very start, it's the Sydney boat of Heidi Heap and Matilda McConis, led from the first stroke and will lead by some considerable distance at the last stroke as they approach the final few. It's good showing here, though, from the Mossman girls. Mossman's Alice Stringer and Elizabeth Kerr. They will finish in second, certainly, in the lane nearest the grandstand. And also coming through a strong middle section of the race, Chloe Benfield and Anna McLean from Mossman as well, who are going to finish, by the looks of things, in third position. Sydney crossed the line in first. Mossman second, And Mossman's Chloe Benfield and Anna McLean will finish third, having rowed down and through the boat from Sydney girls. Hayley Hugh and Alicia Lim, who've already raced before, so maybe suffering slightly from the exertions of previous races. St. Catherine's, Mia Castellas and Laura Seton. I'm going to finish 7th. Oh, sorry, I'm going to finish 5th, actually. And after Loreto, Normanhurst just detangle themselves 100 metres from this line. They've got back together and are going to finish. So Lola Everson and Allegra Lafas from Loreto, Normanhurst finish this race 27. The schoolgirl year 10 double scull, won very convincingly by Sydney's Heidi Heap and Matilda McConis. Heidi and Matilda, please come and collect your medals as soon as possible. All other competitors, please return your bow numbers as soon as you get off the water. And we'll turn our attention once again to the medal podium. Cox Quad Scull Division 2. As they stand up on the podium. This is Kirby Cox, Isabella Warswick, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, and Eliza Miller. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Canberra Girls Grammar.
Race 28 is underway, the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. In lane 2 we have Loreto Normanhurst 1, lane 3 North Sydney Girls, 4 Mossman, 5 Canberra Girls Grammar, 6 Loreto Normanhurst, 7 Askham and 8 Sydney Girls. Looks like Stella Moore and Paddy Boland of Loreto Normanhurst have a very comfortable 25-second lead over Mossman through the halfway mark. Stella and Patty of Loreto Normanhurst, coached by Thomas Parker, have come through the 1500 metre mark with a time of 6.02 minutes.
as we just observe the dominance in this race 28. The schoolgirl year 10 double scull. In lane 2, Stella Moore and Patty Boland from Loreto, Normanhurst, have absolutely crushed the field here with a lead of almost 34 seconds at the 1500 meter mark. These girls who train out of Sydney, representing their school Loreto Normanhurst today, dominating this win. Dominating a win. And that medal ceremony, which I just missed, was the girls from Mossman. Race 24, it was Elisa Coates, Louise Stevens, Lottie Ravenstein, and Erica Nutt, the winners of Schoolgirl Cot Squad Scull Division 3 from Mossman. Well done, the girls from Mossman. So this really is a race for second position here, the biggest margin of the day. But again, another great showing from Mossman. Arabella Turner-Smith and Lola Balmain finish second. To put some relativity, there was a gap of 50.19 seconds between first and second place. As Askham just finished there, Eliza Simmons and Anna Radominski finished third. Sydney girls, Stephanie Cheng and Zimo Kang finished fourth. Canberra girls grammars, Ridhima Mukherjee and Olivia House finished fifth. And then we have in sixth position from North Sydney girls, Sienna Fong and Grace Wong. So a dominant win there in race 28. Stella Moore and Patricia Boland in a time of 8:01.26 for Loreto Normanhurst. Stella and Patty, please come and receive your medal. And we have, once again, the medals for race 27. Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. Another dominant win here. Heidi Heap and Matilda McConis, the winners from Sydney of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. Please join me in congratulating Heidi Heap and Matilda McConis, the winners of the Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. We're coming to the conclusion of race 29. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. I'll give you quickly the race order. In lane 1 was Loreto Normanhurst, Anastasia Stratford. In lane 2 from Sydney was Sophie Stevenson. In lane 3 from Loreto Normanhurst was Sadia Inyat. In lane 4 from Askham was Isabella Bugg. In lane 5 was Xenia Palmer. In lane 6 was Matilda Cronin. In lane 7 from Mossman was Selena Panetta. And in lane 8 from Loreto Kirribilli was Phoebe Aherns. As they came through the 1500 minute, it was Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls who had a good lead over the Askham rower Isabella Bugg of 5 seconds and has maintained that lead going into the last 500 meters. And as she approaches the last 20 strokes, Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls is going to take the win from Askham's Isabel Bugg. Great win there from Xenia Palmer. First win of the day, I believe, for Sydney girls. Both scullers dominating that race. Again, a huge disparity between first and second and third place, which looks like it's going to go to Selena Panetta from Mossman, who's managed to hold off Loreto, Normanhurst, Sadia, and 8. Sadia and 8 from Loreto, Normanhurst finishing 4th there. And there we just have from Sydney, Sophia Stevenson crossing the line. Concludes race 29. But we'll turn our attention back to the medals podium. The winners of, and dominant winners of the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. From Loreto, Normanhurst, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland.
Race 30, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull is underway with Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2, Florence Hennessy. In lane 3 we have a scratching from Ascombe, Chloe Hitchens. Lane 4, Sydney, Matilda McConus. Lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Bridie Chima. Lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst 1, Lexi Sam. Lane 7, North Sydney Girls, Weya Kong, and lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst, Emma Cusack.
We'll turn our attention quickly to the medal podium once again. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 1 winner. So final stages of race 31. Race 30, sorry, should I say. On far side, it looks like Florence Hennessy from Loreto Kirribilli. Long way in front. We haven't got the times on our board, but she's certainly going to win this by quite some margin. On the far side, the winner of race 30, schoolgirl year 10 single scull, is Loreto Kirribilli, Florence Hennessy. Looks like Lexi Sam from Loreto Normanhurst will finish second, followed by her compatriot Bridie Chima will finish third. So well done to Lexi Sam, finishes second. And the medal, going back to the medal podium, we have, after some delay, the schoolgirl year 10 single scull division 1 winner. And a first win for Sydney girls. We have a dominant win for Sydney girls. The winner, Xenia Palmer. Please join me in congratulating the winner of race 29, the schoolgirl year 10 single scull winner, division 1 from Sydney girls, Xenia Palmer. And please give Emma Cusack from Loreto Normanhurst, who's going to finish in 4th position in this race 30, the schoolgirl year 10 single scull. That's Wei Kong from North Sydney girls, just crossing the finish line there. And that was race 30, schoolgirl year 10, single division 2, won by Florence Hennessy of Loreto Kirribilli. Florence, please come and collect your medal as soon as possible. All of the competitors, please return your bow numbers as quickly as possible back to race control.
Race 32, Division 4 of the schoolgirl year 10 single scull has passed the halfway mark. Looks like Loreto Kirribilli, Sarah Holt is out in front, followed by Loreto Normanhurst 3, Juliet Mason, Sydney Girls 2, Bonnie Steele, Queenwood, Isabella Kennedy, Loreto Kirribilli, Luella Roberts, Loreto Normanhurst, Chloe Winterton, and Loreto Normanhurst, Lily Graham.
As this course starts to clear up, we have a slight breeze. If you can see the flags, they are slight cross breeze at the moment. We can see down the course there's a couple of wind shadows appearing, but nothing to interrupt the great racing that we've had here today. And certainly we haven't seen yet a capsize incident, which, if anybody's attended some of the previous races this year, particularly the year 8 schoolgirl singles, where I think there were more girls swimming than rowing at one stage a couple of weeks ago. These girls have all managed to remain relatively upright. As you'd expect in this race 31, in the concluding parts, that's the year 10 single scull, Division 3. Sarah Holt had a good lead, 11 seconds, which is a long distance in a single scull race of 2,000 meters over Juliet Mason from Loreto, Normanhurst at the 1,500 meter mark. That's enough to be comfortable going into the finish. We'll see as she approaches the last 150 meters whether or not she's been able to maintain that lead of 11 seconds or whether there's been a bit of a fight back from Juliet Mason and Bonnie Steele also from Sydney Girls, who was lying in third position at the 1,500 meter mark.
As I come through the red boys, Loreto Kirribilli, Sarah Holt has a final push to secure her win.
Bonnie Steele finishing third there. Queen Woods, Isabel Kennedy finishing fourth. In fifth is going to be Loreto Kirribilli, Lula Roberts, and there's going to be a fight to the finish between the two scullers from Normo, Chloe Winterton and Lily Graham. Just on the line by half a length, we have Lily Graham taking it from Chloe Winterton to finish 6th and 7th respectively. We'll turn our attention to the medal podium and the winner from Loreto Kirribilli. If you can go down to the podium, please. The medals presented during this session by Lynn Long, who's the Deputy Principal of Loreto Normanhurst. So the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2 in the distinctive blue and yellow of Loreto Kirribilli is Florence Hennessy. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2 from Loreto Kirribilli, Florence Hennessy. And our focus goes back on the medal podium, and we go all the way back to race 2, which was the Schoolgirl 4. A late showing by these girls, who've all had multiple races already this morning. So right back through to 1 minute past 8 o'clock this morning, our second race of the day. It was the Schoolgirl 4. Full race of 9 competitors. The winners were as follows: Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Brooke Cuttance, Addie Rolls, and the Cox Chloe Giretta. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirl for Queenwood. And we have the concluding section of race 32. It's the schoolgirl year 8 single scull division 4, and it's going to be close between Lily Loiterton and Poppy Russell. Lily rose for Loreto Curability. She's in lane 5. In lane 8 from Loreto Normanhurst, we have Poppy Russell. Lily was well ahead at the 1500 metres off, but Poppy has put the hammer down. See if she can take her down in the last closing stages of this. She's certainly not letting her off, Poppy, as she raises the rate. Has Lily done enough to keep her at arm's length? Poppy certainly upping the rate, looking over her right shoulder. Lily looking very calm and stable, though. She knows she's got this in the bag. Loreto Curability's Lily Loiterton takes the win from a hard-charging Poppy Russell from Loreto Normanhurst. Lily in a time of 9 minutes 13.42, just pips Poppy by 1.68 seconds. Going to be close for third and fourth in particular. I think Loreto Normanhurst have just taken third. Amelia Branley. Mossman take fourth. Emily Plowman. Abigail Rigney takes fifth. Had a bit of a capsize there from the boat. Could be Bonnie Steele, I think, from Sydney Girls there. The umpire's very quick to get over and make sure she's helped out. Sorry, that could be Amelia. No. Could be Maddie Wheelahan, actually, from Loreto Curability, I think. As Alison Zeng from North Sydney Girls comes and finishes this. So Alison Zeng crosses the line for North Sydney Girls. Maddie Wheelahan, I think he's going to get back in the boat maybe. Yeah, Maddie's getting better in the boat. They do say you're not a real sculler until you've capsized 10 times. I don't know how many that is, but Maddie's looking great. Give her a round of applause. Maddie Wheelahan from Loreto Curability getting herself sorted out and crossing the line. We will turn our attention very quickly to the medal podium. It's race 31. It's a schoolgirl year 10 single scull winner. And from Loreto Curability, the winner is Sarah Holt. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the schoolgirl year 10 single scull division 3 winner, Sarah Holt from Loreto Curability. And very quickly, on the back of that, we have race 33, the schoolgirl year 10 Cox 4. So, moving back to sweep. On the far side, we've got two boats from Kinross Walleroy. Kinross Walleroy 1 and 2, which makes perfect sense. And then we've got Loreto Curability, who are some way behind, and then Kinross Walleroy in the lane nearest the stadium. So as they finish, it's the boat on the far side of Lego, Tancred, O'Brien, Reedy and Bruce, who are in the lead. Going to be very close between the other two boats from Kinross Walleroy, boat 2 and boat 3. But the first boat, true to form, crosses the line. So Kerr, Woods, Mason, Smith, Wilkins are fighting it out with Wise, Grout, Chudley, Clinton and Sobata. And it's the Walleroy boat 2 takes second and Kinross Walleroy 3 will take third. We have some way to go to the Loreto Kirribilli boat of Andy Schuster, Inez McGrath, Harriet McClonsky, Imogen Shield and Cox by Jessica Bruce. They will be the final competitors to close out race 33, the Year 10 Cox 4. We have on the medal podium the winner of Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 4. A great win for Lily Loiterton from Loreto Kirribilli in a time of 9 minutes 13.47, just 1.67 in front. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 4, Loreto Kirribilli's Lily Loiterton.
Lining up now is race 34, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We have a full field. Lane 1 is Loreto Kirribilli, Lane 2 St Catherine's, Lane 3 Sydney Girls, Lane 4 Loreto Normanhurst 1, Lane 5 PLC Sydney, 6 Queenwood, 7 Canberra Girls Grammar, 8 Pymble Ladies and 9 North Sydney Girls.
We have race 34 underway. It's the first division of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. It's Division 1. It's usually lots of fun. And as they approach the halfway line, it looks certainly from this angle, we won't get timings because it's only a 1,000-meter race, but as they actually cross the 500-meter mark, it's Pimble Ladies who are out in front by 1.8 seconds from St. Catherine's. Loreto, Kirribilli, just a second behind them in third place. Sydney Girls, PLC, then Queenwood in sixth, Canberra Girls Grammar in seventh, and Loreto, Normanhurst. But not much in the first 6 boats at all. You can see from the shot from the camera there, there's only really a couple of lengths between first place and sixth place. And given the experience of these crews, we know that anything could almost happen. And they're winding up to the finish here in race 34. It's Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Not an awful lot to throw over these boats, but it looks like the boat nearest to us in lane 8 from Pimble Ladies certainly got their nose out in front, but on the far side, the hard-charging St. Catherine's crew will have something to say about it. Big distance between these boats, and then in the middle of the pack, there doesn't seem to be anybody really wanting to break into these top two boats. Queenwood may be making a bit of a charge at the moment. But here we have it going down to the line. The rowers, I'm sure they'll be told not to look over their shoulders as they approach the finish because it throws the balance out of the boat, but invariably they do. But the Pimble Ladies crew are going to be very close, but have St. Catherine's gone through them? It's going to be super close. St. Catherine's have taken them through the final 100 metres. St. Catherine's win that with a dominant win in the finish there from Pimble Ladies. Queenwood managed to get to third position. In fourth, Loreto Kirribilli. In fifth, Sydney Girls. Sixth, Canberra Girls Grammar. Seventh, PLC. In eighth, it's going to be the boat from Loreto, Normanhurst to finish. And then on the near side, North Sydney Girls will bring up the rear. But great finish there from St. Catherine's to take a good 4 seconds away out of Pimble Ladies there, who were in the lead at the 500 metres. So St. Catherine's with a great win there. Charlize Morgan, Stella Copland, Madeline Innes, Delphi Walsman and Claudia Lynham. Quick shout out there to Anna Ward from Loreto, Normanhurst. Apparently it is a birthday today. So happy birthday, Anna. The Charlize, Stella, Madeline, Delphi and Claudia Lineman from St. Catherine's take the win. Please come and get your medals as soon as possible. We will turn our attention very quickly to the medal podium and the medals award for the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. In a clean sweep and not unfamiliar sight, Kinross Walleroy took the win. Ruby Lego, Grace Tancred, Maddie O'Brien, Lucy Reedy and Jane Bruce. Please join me in congratulating the Year 10 Cox Quad winners, Kinross Walleroy.
Race 35 is Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. In lane 1 we have Pimble Ladies, lane 4 Loreto Kirribilli, lane 5 PLC Sydney, lane 6 Canberra Girls Grammar and lane 7 St. Catherine's. As they come through the 500 metre mark of the 1,000 metre race, it is Pimble Ladies with a short lead over St. Catherine's, followed by PLC Sydney and Canberra Girls Grammar in fourth.
So in a mirror of the previous race, it was Pimble Ladies in the lead at 500 metres, but a hair's breadth in front of St. Catherine's. Can they maintain their lead to the finish, or are St. Catherine's going to do the same thing in the previous race and row them down? So St. Catherine's in lane 7, Pimble in lane 3. PLC in lane 5 have also got some skin in the game in this as well. It's going to be a very close race here as they come into the last 200 metres. It's going to be a 3-horse race here. St. Catherine's, Loreto in the middle, and Pimble's on the far side. Who's it going to be? Pimble were leading by 0.82 of a second at the halfway. Has their fly and die strategy worked? We'll see as they come to the finish. It's going to be right down to the wire between these three boats as they approach the finish. I think it's going to be Loreto Kirribilli are going to split these two boats, coming from third at the 500 metre to take the win. Loreto Kirribilli take it from St. Catherine's, who just have a canvas in front of Pimble Ladies. A great race there. In lane 5 we have PLC Sydney managing to keep off the boat from Canberra Granada, but an excellent race, an excellent time strategy there from Loreto Kirribilli to come from third in the 500 metre mark to take the win just from Pimble Ladies there.
Race 36, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. We have Queenwood ahead of Loreto Normanhurst in lane 5, Sydney Girls in lane 3, MLC 2 in lane 6, and North Sydney Girls in lane 7.
So the Queenwood boat of Ella Hurley, Morella Giles, Ella Hinton and Viv Walk, Cox by Nat Allen. They had 5.3 seconds lead at the halfway mark. They seem to have consolidated that margin, if not extended that margin as they come into the final 200 metres. Queenwood not known for the strong finishes, but if they're going to be able to keep that margin, they will do so. They look to be well in control as they approach the last 25 strokes. Nice rhythm there from the Queenwood boat. Quite a comfortable position to be in when you're out in front. So the Queenwood boat of Ella Hurley, Morella Giles, Ella Hinton, Viv Walk and Nat Allen take the lead. A bit of an issue there with the Normanhurst boat. Looks like we've caught a tremendous crab. Blade has popped out, but Queenwood take the win. It's the Sydney Girls boat on the far side going to take advantage of that Normo accident. And they're going to take second place. Is Loreto Normanhurst going to hold on? Eloise Moore, Ella Jones, Beatrice Germain, Amelia Edwards, Charlotte Fagan. A rower down, they're still going to get there though. Give them a round of applause. Blades pop out all the time in races. MLC are going to finish fourth. And North Sydney in lane 7. The boat of Emma Wang, Hayley Chow, Jasmine Ngoy, Chloe Macri and Cox by Daisy Meng finish in 5th position. So with the Queenwood boat come and collect their medals, and all other competitors please return your bow numbers as soon as possible. So on the race schedule is race 37. It's Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Seems to be a bit of a tangle between boats in lane 4 and lane 5. That's the Queenwood and Loreto Normanhurst boats. They've stopped rowing. We are just seeing if the umpire has actually stopped all the racing, or whether the boats are still racing at the moment. Yeah, we can see from down the course, I think the umpire certainly flagged 2 boats, having some trouble stopping the other boats who still continue to race. Very hard to hear when you're on the water in the middle of a race whether or not an umpire has stopped a race. And just a quick update that on race 37. It looks like the umpire stopped the race and the competitors are going to return to the start line. We'll bring you updates about when and where they start as soon as we can. So we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. This is the award, gold medal award for race 35. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. The winners: Ella Burke, Ellie Bailey, Virginia Dixon, Charlotte Mutton, and Abigail Lee. The gold medal winners from Loreto Kirribilli, the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And just a quick update in that race 37. The race has been stopped and it appears that the competitors are awaiting a restart. That means they'll have to go back to the 1,000-meter mark and re-line up. It seemed there was a clash between the Queenwood boat in lane 4 and the Loreto Normanhurst boat in lane 5, and the umpire adjudged it to be unfair and has started the race completely again. So a reminder to all competitors, please return your bow numbers back to race control as soon as possible. We do need them to continue racing. They are in short supply at the moment, so please bring them back as quick as you possibly can. So it looks like we'll commence the racing with race 38 as the next race, while race 37 goes back and rejoins the queue for a start race. It appears that the next race will be race 38, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Division 4. As they line up, that will be on the far side, Loreto, Kirribilli, Sophie Lawson, Heidi Bitar, Lucy Hines, Edel Knox, and Zara Macedonis Cox. In lane 3, that will be Canberra Girls Grammars, Alela Malmerica, Lucy Capozero, Grace McClay, Emily Lenfield, and Cox Abby Irvine. Sydney Girls will be in lane 4, Kelly Tang, Amy Brown, Charlize Tan, Reva Dotel, and Lisa Shee as Cox. In lane 5 from Loreto Normanhurst, that will be Jacqueline Whitaker, Isabel Kellett, Samyukta Simra, Sally Hines, and Aya Absa. In lane 6 will be from St. Catherine's, Isabel Gilchrist, Ava Jameson, Beatrix Double Hancock, Evie Messiter, and a Cox by Alice Ngoy. In lane 7 from PLC Sydney was Imana McCarthy, Jada McLoon, Camille Brown, Evie Boyd, and Lily Sabhawal. And in lane 8 from Queenwood will be Penny Rolls, Naomi Garland, Ashwara Sharp, Amelia Moran, and Cox by Audrey Sierra. That's a slight change in the race schedule. We think it will be race 38 that goes off next, but we will tell you. And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium once again. The awarding of the gold medal for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Skull Division 1. These medals being presented by David Brock, who's the head of sport at Loreto Normanhurst. So for the Cox Skull Division 1 winners, Charlize Morgan, Stella Copland, Maddie Innes, Delphi Walsman, and Claudia Lynham. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Cox Quad Skull Division 1, St. Catherine's. And we'll welcome back to the medal podium race 19 winners. All the way back at 9:39 this morning, it was the schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 winners. Again from St Catherine's, Charlize Morgan, Stella Copland, Maddie Innes, Delphi Walsman, and Cox Claudia Lynham. Please join me in congratulating the schoolgirl year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 winners, St Catherine's.
Underway now is race 38, schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. In lane 2 we have Loreto Kirribilli, lane 3 Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 4 Sydney Girls, lane 5 Loreto Normanhurst 4, lane 6 St Catherine's, lane 7 PLC Sydney, and lane 8 Queenwood. And as they come through the 500 metre mark, it is St Catherine's out in front, followed by Loreto Normanhurst 4, Queenwood, and Canberra Girls Grammar.
So as we approach the last 250 metres of this race, 38, the schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. It's like St Catherine's have managed to hold on to that lead as they come to the last 250 metres. It's going to be close for second position though. As they went through the halfway, it was Loreto Normanhurst just with their noses in front of Queenwood, but it looks like Queenwood have pushed through. But the girls from Canberra Grammar on the far side in lane 3 have also got something to ask of the other boats as well. But St Catherine's, Cox just looking over her right shoulder. She's in the front of the boat. She looks over either side, quite comfortable where they are at this stage in the race, keeping the momentum, keeping the focus. It's going to come down to a close finish though between the Queenwood boat and the Canberra boat on the far side. St Cath's have got this in the bag by the looks of things. St Cath's take the easy win. Very close here between Queenwood and Canberra. Who's going to take it? Oh, just could be very close there. It's going to be Queenwood have just been given it by a nose in the last stroke there to finish second, just 0.49 in front of Canberra Grammar School. Really, I don't know what happened with Canberra. He looked to be nailed on in second place and just slowed down quite dramatically at the finish there. Loreto Normanhurst take fourth. Loreto Kirribilli are going to take fifth here. And a scrap for honours between Sydney Girls and PLC. Sydney Girls just get their nose in front of PLC. So St Cath win that. Going right the way back to the finish, and we're going to go back to race 37, and as he came through the 500-metre mark, it was in first place Loreto Kirribilli, just their nose in front. The Queenwood boat seems to have disappeared off the course some way and having real steering issues. In second place were Canberra Grammar, in third place were St. Cath's, but less than a second to split these boats. And then in fourth position, Loreto Normanhurst were only 0.28 of a second behind, so less than a second and a half between the first four boats there in this race 37. All to play for here. Too tight to call at the moment. So Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2. Seem to have dropped off at the 500-metre mark. St. Cath's in lane 3, who were third at the 500-metre mark, have pushed on through, as have lane 5 Loreto Normanhurst. And on the near side here, from Canberra Grammar School, going to be close. St. Cath's, Normo, Canberra Grammar. Who is going to take this? They're really going for it. Canberra Grammar and St. Catherine seem to have been the two boats to pick up the challenge between them. Going down into the last 15 strokes. Canberra Grammar coming in through. Strong finish here from Canberra Grammar. Once again, have taken it on the line from St. Cath's. Loreto Kirribilli, can they keep their nose in front? No, they cannot. Yes, they can. Loreto Kirribilli finished for the third in front of Loreto Normanhurst. So Canberra Grammar take it by half a second from St. Cath's there. Really strong finish. Loreto Kirribilli third. Loreto Normanhurst fourth. Sydney girls in fifth. In sixth, we have the girls from PLC. In seventh, it's going to be the girls from North Sydney Girls. And some way at the back of the field is the boat from Queenwood, who, having started in lane 4, are now well off the race course. Doesn't seem to be any particular equipment issue in the boat, but some steering already awry. There seems to be some issue with the steering there, either from the cocks or from the rowers there. Race 37, Canberra Girls Grammar, in a time of 4:11. Oh no, so 4. No, it's 38. It was won by St. Catherine's in a time of 4:19.52. Race 37 was won by Canberra Girls Grammar in a time of 4:11. And Queenwood bring over the line that race 37. We'll turn our attention to the medals podium. This is Queenwood once again. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Medals awarded to Ella Hurley, Mirella Gillies, Ella Hinton, Viv Walk, and Nat Allen. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Queenwood.
Race 39 is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, Division 5. Approaching the 250 metre mark, we have in lane 1, Queenwood, lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 3, St Catherine's 1, lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 5, St Catherine's 2, lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, and lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst 5.
Again, a very close race here in these quad sculls for the Year 8 girls. The halfway mark it was St Catherine's, but Loreto's two boats were behind by less than a second, particularly in the near side. Loreto Normanhurst have come in lane 8 from nowhere, from 4th at the halfway place. They seem to have certainly taken up the challenge from Loreto Kirribilli and St Catherine in the middle of the pack. Loreto Normanhurst boat, a bit of a tangle there. They've caught a crab in the final few strokes. Can they maintain it and get back together? They've certainly opened the door for the other boats from St Catherine's and Kirribilli. Can they get it sorted out? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Kirribilli boats pushing ahead through St Catherine's. Loreto, what a shame for them. In leading position, there's a bit of a tangle there. Loreto, Kirribilli take the win from St Cath's. Normo get themselves together again and going to take 3rd. In 4th, it's anybody's guess. Loreto Kirribilli are just going to be picked by Canberra Grammar. Canberra Grammar 4th, Loreto 5th. In 6th on the far side, St Cath's. And then the very far side, looks like the Queenwood boat finishes in 7th. So Loreto Kirribilli take the win there in a time of 4 minutes, 32.68. And second was St Catherine's, just 1.3 seconds behind. In 3rd, Loreto Normanhurst. In 4th, Canberra Grammar School. In 5th, Loreto Kirribilli. 6th, St Catherine's. 7th, Queenwood. And 8th, Loreto Kirribilli. Excitement all round.
Off the start now is race 40, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. In lane 1 we have North Sydney Girls, lane 2 Sydney Girls 2, lane 3 PLC Sydney 4, lane 4 Kinross Wallaroi, lane 5 we have a scratching from Mossman, lane 6 Tara School, lane 7 Canberra Girls Grammar 4, lane 8 Queenwood, and lane 9 Pimble Ladies.
So some interesting courses being taken by the crews here in this race 40, the school year 9 double scull. Swapping of lanes, dropping of blades. It's all part of the rich tapestry of rowing. As they came through the halfway mark, it was the North Sydney girls of Felicity Moy, Loe Jitang, who were in the lead, from Sydney girls crew of Jenny Zhao and Ashley Considine, some 4.5 seconds in front, and then in 3rd place with Pimble Ladies. Tara was some way behind and sorted themselves out after a bit of a bimble at some stage. Then in 5th were Kinross Walleroy, in 6th were Canberra Grammar, and 7th were PLC. So it looks like the boat to watch is in the lane 1 on the far side. North Sydney girls boat. North Sydney rowing in black and white. It certainly looks like the girls from Pymble in lane 9, nearest the grandstand, have also decided that they have something to say in this race as well, so putting them under pressure. So in lane 1 on the far side, North Sydney, and in lane 9, Pymble ladies certainly struck out as the 2 boats in the lead. And let's see how it goes. They're so far away, they might not even realise that they are racing each other. It's hard to look around that far when there's such a gulf between the lanes. Let's have a look as they come to the finish line. North Sydney just picking up the rate somewhat. Pymble yet to really respond. They might think they're in front of the North Sydney girls and be happy, not knowing that there's a boat in front of them. But yeah, the girls from North Sydney in lane 1 pushed on a long way to finish first there. Great result there for North Sydney. Really close between these 2 boats here. Who takes it? Very close. It's going to be a photo for 2nd and 3rd between Pymble ladies and Sydney girls. Who wants this between lane 6, Tara, and Kinross Walleroy? Again, very close, but they've just given it to Tara in front of North Sydney. And between Canberra girls and PLC brings up the rest of the field. Canberra girls just taking that, PLC just finishing there. So North Sydney girls take that win. A good time of 4:10.88, which is some considerable distance between the earlier race. So we'll turn our attention back to the race podium, the medals podium, should I say. It's Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Eliza Sweeney, Ram Mansundara, Cordelia Valentine, Lucy Dale, Madeline Cobran and Isabel Collins. They were all the winners for Canberra Girls Grammar in the Cox Quad Scull Division 3. Please join me in congratulating Canberra Grammar, winners of Cox Quad Scull Division 3 for Year 8 girls. We have the culmination here of, again, a close fought race. This is race 41, the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull Division 2. The halfway mark, it was PLC from Sydney Girls Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar. Change of, is there a change of position? Maybe, maybe not. Yes, it looks like there has been. Sydney Girls seem to have their noses out in front from PLC as they approach the finish line. Sydney Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams take the win by 3/4 of a length from PLC's Grace Moody and Willow Swift. Pymble finish in an admirable 3rd, Lucy Simpson and Georgia Curtis. Elizabeth Tarver and Annie Bush finish 4th from Canberra Girls Grammar. In 5th place from Loreto, Normanhurst, will be Ava Smith and Gracie May Lander. In six from Askham, we've got Sammy Robillard and Inksa Dive. In Tara's, Sydney McCarthy and Victoria Eaton finish 7th. And from Mossman, Chloe Phillips and Daisy Conlon finish 8th. So great win there for Sydney girls in lane 3. Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. So at the tail now we have race 35, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Medals presented by David Brook, the head of sport at Loreto Normanhurst. So step forward please, Ella Burke, Ellie Bailey, Virginia Dixon, Charlotte Mutton, Abigail Lee. The winners for the Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Loreto Kirribilli.
Underway now, we have race 42, Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 3. In lane 1 we have Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 2 we have Pymble Ladies. Lane 3 Sydney Girls 4. Lane 4 MLC 2. Lane 5 Canberra Girls Grammar 1. Lane 6 Tara School. Lane 7 Mossman. And lane 8 PLC Sydney 1. Through the 500, Canberra Girls Grammar in first place with a 156. They've got a pretty good lead out front. Finishing up now, last 100 metres of the race. We've got Canberra Girls Grammar out front, followed by PLC Sydney, Pymble, and then PLC Sydney. So first place will go to Canberra Girls Grammar. Well done, girls. Time of 4 minutes. Followed by Pymble Ladies. PLC Sydney. And Loreto will see to come 4th. Coming through next is Mossman, and it will seem to be MLC, Tara and Sydney girls. Well done, girls. This is race 43, Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 4. In lane 1 we have Canberra Girls Grammar 2. Lane 2 we have Sydney Girls 3. Lane 3 Pymble Ladies. Lane 4 North Sydney Girls. Lane 5 Tara School. Lane 6 Leichhardt. Lane 7 PLC Sydney 2. And lane 8 Loreto Normanhurst.
And in the final closing stages of this race 43, Loreto Normanhurst had a 6-second lead over Pymble Ladies. Loreto Normanhurst in the lane nearest to the grandstand. Emily Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie. Let's see if they've managed to maintain that lead in the closing stages. Very close to the boys on their right-hand side blades, but looks like they're quite comfortable. Pymble Ladies pushed back certainly. It looks like they've certainly closed the gap in the second half of the race. So a good win here in lane 8 from Loreto Normanhurst. Emily Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie take the win. Pimble Ladies in lane 3. Allegra Taubenschlag and Harriet Murphy. In lane 7 we have PLC Sydney's Kiara Ewing and Virginia Vicky Russell finish 3rd for PLC. In 4th, Tara's Isabel Dulimov and Sinyi Liu. In 5th from Canberra Grammar we have Fleur Baseby and Lila Wang. From North Sydney we have Imogen Zalbo and Zhaolu Liu from in 6th position, and from Sydney Girls we have Betty Lynn and Chelsea Dam. Bringing up the rear we have Leichhardt, Laura Petrozzi and Lily McHugh. But good win there for Loreto Normanhurst in that race, number 43, the Year 9 Double Scull Division 4. We'll turn our attention once again to the podium. This is race 38, gold medal award for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. Elizabeth Gilchrist, Ava Jameson, Beatrix DeBale Hancock, Evie Messiter, and Alice Newgan. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Cox Quad Scull Division 4, St. Catherine's. We'll turn our attention once again to the medal podium, this time for North Sydney Girls. It's the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1. Felicity Moy and Lloyd Yatang. Winners for North Sydney Girls of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 1.
Underway now, we have race 44, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 1. In lane 1, we have Loreto Normanhurst, Sophia Tesario. Lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar 1, Grace Disney. Lane 3, Pimble Ladies, Annie Pennington. Lane 4, Mossman, Amelie Kemper Macy. Lane 5, Sydney Girls 4, Emily Devlin. Lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Mia Dragonudis. Lane 7, Tara School, Genevieve Bazina. Lane 8, MLC School, Mina Kandathas.
Once again, we are looking at the medal podium. Another win for Sydney girls. This time in the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull Division 2. Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams, winners of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull for Sydney girls.
Through the 500 of race 44, we have Canberra Girls Grammar 1 out front, Grace Disney, with a time of 2 minutes and 6 seconds, margin of 0.65 back to Annie Pennington of Pymble Ladies. Coming up to the last 100 metres.
Coming up to the last 100 metres, it looks like it's Grace Disney from Canberra Grammar and Pymble Ladies, Anna Pennington. Has Grace done enough to keep out in front? She was just a nose in front at 500 metres, but looks like she's extended that lead over Annie Pennington by a couple of lengths. Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Disney, all the way from the ACT, takes the win in the schoolgirl Division 1 scull. Great race there from Annie Pennington too, who finishes second. In third place from Mossman, Emily Kemper-Maisie finishes third. Sydney Girls, Emily Devlin fourth. Tara Schools, Jen Bazzini finishes fifth. You can say the rest. Because she married, yeah.
Sixth place, we have Mia Dragonudis from Loreto Normanhurst. And then coming through now, MLC.
That's right, in lane 8, MLC's Mina Kanthathas. On the far side from Loreto Normanhurst, also finishing now is Sophia Tesariro.
Well done, girls, great race.
We'll turn our attention again to the medals podium. Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, Division 3. Yes, that will be you two. And here in the closing race of race 45, it looks like in the very far and near side, it's MLC and Armidale School. It's the sculler from Armidale School in the distinctive blue and white stripes. Georgia Henderson, having been second place at 500 metres, takes the win quite convincingly. Georgia Henderson takes the win there, lies back in the boat, obviously put everything in there in the last 500 metres, takes it from Loreto Normanhurst, Amber Eisenhower. Scarlett Mitchell from Loreto Normanhurst finishes third. In fourth from Tara, it's Nicole J. Kinross Waller-Roy's Georgia Clunas finishes fifth. Sixth from MLC is Jemima Blake. And in seventh from Sydney Girls is Veronica Tan. Great race from Georgia Henderson to take just on the line, or more on the line actually, last 500 metres from Amber Eisenhower from Loreto Normanhurst. At the medals podium, we have now the medals for race 42 from Canberra Girls Grammar. This was the Year 9 Double Scull Division 3. Meg Story and Kathleen Tarver were the winners. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 3, Canberra Girls Grammar. Yeah.
Race 46 now coming up to the 100 metres. We have Kinross Walleroy, Rani Jarek out in front. And then back to Pimble Ladies, Emily Engloard. And through the 500 it was Bridget Thompson from Queenwood. Sydney Girls seems to be closing up on her out in the middle of the field. We have a close race between Queenwood, Sydney Girls and Pimble for second, third and fourth place. First place with a 4:18 Kinross. This is going to be a close finish from Queenwood, Sydney Girls and Pimble. And back to Loreto Normanhurst. And it seems to be Queenwood coming in through second, Pimble and Sydney Girls. Well done, girls. Great lead from the rest of the field. Back to Loreto Normanhurst, Alice Montano. And then North Sydney Girls High. So it was fifth place to Loreto Normanhurst, and coming through in sixth, Lee Tan from North Sydney Girls High. Well done, girls.
Race 47 is almost at the finish mark as well. Coming through the 500 metres, it was Alice Rao from Sydney Girls who had a 1.81 second lead over Tara School's Rita Luau. Followed very, very closely by Mossman's Kate Futrell, who was in third position. As they're winding up to the finish, it's like the Sydney Girls, Alison Rao still got a nose out in front, but certainly under pressure from the Mossman Scholar and the Tara Scholar in the middle of the field. It's going to be very, very close here. Looks like Alison Rose just creeping out of her lane. She'll have to do some adjustments to get back in her lane. And will that affect her? Will she be able to get back in her lane? We'll see. She has moved some way out of her lane. She's in the other lane, but the scholar from Mossman labouring to the finish. Kate Futrell, but has she done enough? Strong finish from Alison Rao despite being in the wrong lane. Mossman Scholar going line to line with the Sydney High School. Sydney High, Mossman will be a photo in third from Tara School, Rita Lau. Might have just been, yes, might have just been Sydney Gold. Might have picked her on the line here, but we don't know. Canberra Girls Grammar finished fourth. In fifth, Australian Christian College, Georgina Yuan. And sixth, Loreto Normanhurst, Portia Gill. So we will wait for a photo finish as a result of that, as Pimble Ladies Claire Ferreira finishes in seventh place. So very close race there. We'll very quickly go to the medal stadium. It's the medal award for the single scull Year 9 Division 1. Great win here for Canberra Girls Grammar. Grace Disney, please join me in congratulating the winner of the Year 9 single scull, Grace Disney.
Underway now, we have race 48, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 5. Through the 500, it was MLC 1, who seems to have been overtaken by Kinross, who was second through the 500. Alice MacDonald seems to have taken a great lead on MLC School. Back to Tara in third. Kelly Lee. And then fourth to Pimble. Close race between Pimble and Mossman coming through the finish line. And then back to Loreto Normanhurst, Annika Clark. And it's Pimble in 4th and Mossman in 5th. And then a great finish from Annika in 6th place. Well done, girls. Finishing strong from Pimble, Claire Ferreira. Oh. Great finish, 7th place, Pimble Ladies, Sana Kapow. Well done, girls.
And we now have the award for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 3. This was won in a great race in a time of 4 minutes 18 seconds by Rani Jarek of Kinross Walleroy. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 3, Kinross Walleroy. And back to the medal podium. This time we have the Year 9 Single Scull Division 2 winner. In a great time of 4 minutes 21.59 seconds. Georgia Henderson, the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 2 for the Armadale School.
The lineup for race 49, back to the 2 kilometre races, Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We have in lane 1, Tara School, lane 2, St Catherine's 1, lane 3, Sydney Girls, lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst 1, lane 5, Kinross Walleroy, lane 6, the Armadale School 1, lane 7, Queenwood, lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar, and lane 9, North Sydney Girls. They seem to be at the starting, waiting to get underway. And we are underway now in race 49, Schoolgirl Year 10, Quock Squad Skull Division 1.
And we turn our attention once again to the medals podium. In a time of 4 minutes 28.53, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 5 winner. We have Alex McDonald from Kinross Walleroy.
And we've got Canberra Girls Grammar through the 500 metres with a time of 1:49, a margin of 5 seconds back to Kinross Walleroy, close back to Queenwood in third place, then Tara, the Armidale School, then Sydney Girls in sixth. In seventh, North Sydney Girls.
This is the medal award for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. A very, very close race and a great win here for Sydney Girls, Alison Rao, in a time of 4:22.10. One of the best margins of the day, just 0.19 in front. Amazing result. Please join me in congratulating the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull winner for the Division 4, Alison Rao.
Through the halfway mark of race 49, we have Canberra Girls Grammar out in front with a 10-second margin. Back to Kinross Walleroy in second, Queenwood in third, Tara in fourth, Taz in fifth, and Sydney Girls in sixth. And coming through in seventh, we'll have the North Sydney Girls.
Through the 1500, Canberra girls, great lead, hard, strong, fast. 5:40 through the 1500. Seems to be holding off Kinross with a 13-second margin. And back to Tara, who have overtaken Queenwood, who are now in fourth. And in the last 100 metres, we have Canberra Girls Grammar out in front, back to Kinross. And then Tara out in third. It'll be close between them and Kinross. And back to Queenwood, who have a great lead over Tas, Sydney Girls and North Sydney Girls. Canberra Girls Grammar coming through the 2,000 metre mark comfortably. And it'll be a tight race between Kinross and Tara. Queenwood are creeping up. Will they do enough? Good time of 7:36 for the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. Tight race between Kinross and Tara, but Kinross seem to have a few metres on them. And it'll be second Kinross, third Tara, and back to Queenwood in fourth. Well done, girls. Commanding lead on Tas, Sydney Girls and North Sydney Girls, who seem to be further behind. Canberra Girls with a margin of 15 seconds to Kinross Wallaroi. And coming through now in fifth place, we have the Armidale School. Great race, girls.
Underway from the 2,000 metre mark is race 50. It's the schoolgirl year 10 Cox Squad Skull Division 2. In lane 1 we have North Sydney girls Zheng, Zhao, Han, Wang and Wu. In lane 2 from Mossman, Panetta, McLean, Balmain, Kerr and Lane. In lane 3 from Loreto, Normanhurst, Winterton, Chima, Rigney, Anate and LeVay. In lane 4 from St. Catherine's, Morgan James, Baldessere, Lynx and Abela. From Pimble Ladies in lane 5, Khan, Corellis, Willett, Murphy and Solomons. In lane 6 from Queenwood, Atkins, Hawks, White, Rosenbergs and Yardley. In lane 7 from Tara School, Karazus, Badman, Hussein, Ryan and Wilkins. And in lane 8 from the Armidale School, McDowell, Bellinger, Kirkton, Cullen and Rogers.
Race 50 through the 500 metres, we have Taz out in front, first place with a time of 1:57. A second 94, back to Mossman. Third place, St. Catherine's. Then Pimble, St. Catherine's, Tara in 6th, Queenwood in 7th, Loreto Normanhurst 2 in 8th, and North Sydney Girls in 9th. Seems to be a tight between the 500 metres with very little margins.
We'll turn our attention back to the medal podium. This is for race 49. It's the winners of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In a great race, and all the way from Canberra Girls Grammar. Elke Spiller. We'll try that again. All the way from Canberra Grammar. Elke Spiller. Mia Wiley. Charlotte Boehm. Sophie Murphy. And Cox Heidi Bell. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, Canberra Girls Grammar.
Through the halfway mark on race 50, we have a tight race between Mossman, Taz and St. Catherine's. Then back to St. Catherine's in 4th, Queenwood in 5th, Pimble in 6th, Tara in 7th and Loreto Normanhurst in 8th. Very close race for race 50. Through the 1500 metre, we have Mossman out in front, who have created a bigger lead back to St. Catherine's, and third, the Armidale School. Fourth, Queenwood, fifth, St. Catherine's, sixth, Pimble Ladies, seventh, Tara, and back to Loreto Normanhurst in eighth. The margins have stretched out quite a bit from the 500 metres. Out on the far side, coming into the last 100 metres, we have Mossman in lane 2, who seem to be bringing the rate up, looking strong, great rhythm. So St. Catherine's and the Armidale School on the Cloth side, coming past the podium now, seem to be pushing, bringing their rate up to try and catch up to the Mossman crew out in lane 2. St. Catherine's do seem to have gotten their lead on Taz. So it's Mossman out in front, coming through with a time of 8:05, back to St. Catherine's in second, with a margin of 5 seconds to the Armidale School, coming in third, pretty close through the middle of the field. We've got Queenwood coming through in fourth, and then the St. Catherine's crew in lane 4 in 5th, Tara in 6th, Pimble 7th, and Loreto Normanhurst in 8th. Well done, girls. Great race.
Great win there for Mossman, coached by Ben Whitewolf. Selena Panetta, Anna McLean, Lola Balmain, Elizabeth Kerr, and Chloe Lane. Please come and collect your medals as soon as possible. All other competitors, please take your bow numbers home. We do still have a boat out on the racecourse. On the far side, it looks like the boat from North Sydney yet to finish. And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. This is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division 4 winners. Great race here for Loreto Normanhurst, and another great win. The winners, Emily Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 9 Double Scull Division 4, Loreto Normanhurst. Please give the girls from North Sydney Girls, Grace Wong, Annika Gangal, Yu Jianding and Sherry Lai, coached by Sienna Fong, a round of applause as they finish. And that leads us to the final race of the day, which is a combined race between the Year 10 Schoolboys Coxed Quad, the Year 10 Schoolgirls Division 3 Coxed Quad, and a couple of boats which failed to make the start, Loreto Normanhurst and St. Catherine's in the Division 1 Cox Quad Scull. So quite complicated. I'll give you the initial lineup. There will be a handicapped race, so the boats in lane 1s and 3, both from the Armidale School, will set off 50 seconds and 20 seconds behind the other boats, which are the schoolgirls, which fill in the lanes from 4 through to 9. So 3 different races here as we go through the first 500, as we would probably expect. It's actually the boat from Mossman, Alice Stringer, Emily Plowman, Arabella Turner-Smith, Chloe Benfield, and coxed by Alex Pearson, who have a slight lead in front of their competitors who are from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. Canberra Girls Grammar in second place. Canberra Girls Grammar's first boat was just slightly behind. Then we had Loreto Normanhurst, Kinross Wallaroy, the Loreto Normanhurst third boat, Canberra Grammar, and then the 2 boats from the Armidale School, which started 50 and 20 seconds behind, respectively. But if handicaps are right, we should see some close finishing. turn our attention to the medal podium once again, and the not too unfamiliar scarlet and white hoops of the winners of the Coxed Quad Scull Division 2, who were from Mossman. So we have Selena Panetta, Anna McLean, Lola Balmain, Elizabeth Kerr, and Cox Chloe Lane. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, Mossman. And in the final race of this morning's schedule, as I go through the 1,000 meter mark, Mossman's boat of Alex Stringer, Emily Plowman, Arabella Turner-Smith, Chloe Benfield still maintaining a lead there. We can see the Armadale school boats clawing their way back through the field after a considerable handicap. And it's Mossman out in the lead at the moment. In second, they're being followed by the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7, and then in lane 6, the Canberra Girls Grammar School, who are in third at the moment. You can see some laboured rowing there from the Loreto Normanhurst boat. Long way to go yet, ladies. In this 2,000 metre race, it's time handicapped. There's 3 different boat categories in. A couple of boats late starters because they missed the finish a couple of races before. But it does represent the closing race for this morning's racing. We will be taking a break after this race until 1:22, when we've got an afternoon schedule. It's a much shorter afternoon schedule, which lasts for just shy of an hour. And as we come through the 1,500 metre mark, looks like Mossman are still maintaining their lead, but it's certainly been eaten into, and they've got overlapped by the Canberra Girls Grammar School, who are right on their tail. So Mossman in lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. Both boats are pushed away. From their competitors in the same race. We see the boys' boats coming through the field now on the far side in lane 3 and lane 1. So who will hold on? Be at line honours for the boys over in lane 1 and lane 3. You'd expect lane 1 to be out in front, but it's not at the moment. So bragging rights are going to maybe go to the Armadale second boat in the boys' race, but Mossman, are they doing enough to hold on? Certainly the Canberra Girls Grammar School, who are not giving a quarter at the 1,500 metre mark. They had just a slight overlap on the Mossman boat. And with 200 metres to go, it looks like they're inching their way back into this race. It's been great examples of the Canberra Grammar School with a strong finish in several races. Maybe that's what they've got in them. Can Mossman hold on as they eke themselves up into a winning position? Who wants it more? It will really come down to the last few strokes between these boats. Canberra gaining inches every stroke on Mossman. A slightly higher stroke rate from Canberra. Will Mossman respond? They're going to keep them held off, Mossman, by half a length from Canberra. And on the far side, true to form, the Armadale 1 boat beats the Armadale School 2 boat, having been slightly down at the 1,500 metre mark, but finished strong there. And as the rest of the field come through, we have in lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, take third place. From Canberra Grammar and Loreto, Normanhurst in the Division 3. And we have Loreto, Normanhurst and Canberra Girls Grammar still to finish. So Lily Graham, Matilda Cronin, Anastasia Stratford, Emma Cusack, Cox by Alison Boone. They cross the finish now for Normo. And the last races to finish this morning's session. From Canberra Girls Grammar, have a great morning this morning for the school. Ella Smith, Scarlett Ridd, Sophia Tremopoulos, Tara Conaseg and Isabel Collins finish this morning's races in this race 51. So just to confirm, the winners of the race 51 in the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad 4 were Mossman, and in the schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad 4 was Armadale 1. If you can please come to the podium to pick your medals up as soon as possible, we would thank you. So that concludes the racing for today. Thank you to all the volunteers, the umpires and the officials. We'll start back around about 1:22 for the first race for just short of an hour's racing this afternoon. And we'll move quickly to the medal ceremony for that race, which was the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Division 3. Won by Mossman, Alice Stringer, Emily Plowman, Arabella Turner-Smith, Chloe Benfield, and Cox by Alex Pearson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Division 3 Mossman Rowing Club.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second half of the racing at Loreto Normanhurst. So we've got race 52, which is sitting at the start line. It's a double scull Division 1 opens. So in lane 9 we've got Taz, the Armadale School. Lane 8 is Sydney Girls. Lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 5, Taz, the Armadale School. Lane 4, PLC Sydney. Lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 2, PLC Sydney. And Lane 1, Mossman. So they're just working at the start line at the moment. Okay, and down to the medal presentation. We've got the Armadale School being presented. This is race 51. This is a composite race. Schoolboy Year 10, apologies. Congratulations to the Armadale School 1, Charles Crawford, Frederick Glover, Oscar Saunders, Edmund Schick, Ellie Cullen Cox, coached by Stephen Cotter and Patrick Swanson. Well done. Okay, and the girls are lining up at the start. The weather's looking still nice and calm. Luckily, the storm and lightning has stayed away. So again, race 52, schoolgirl double scull. Division 1 opens. And they're racing. And up here in the commentary box, I have David Brock, Head of Sport at Loreto Normanhurst. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, Lucy. It's certainly exciting to have us back on the course after lunch, and really exciting to have race 52 here on the course.
And the girls are approaching the 500 metre mark. We'll have your splits for you in a second. So the view you're seeing on the screen at the moment is from the umpire boat number 2. And it's a nice tight race this early. And here we go. And first past the 500 metre line is Sydney Girls. And then followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli. And then we've got a gap. And Taz, the Armadale School. About 6 seconds behind the first 3. Then PLC Sydney, Loreto Normanhurst, PLC Sydney 3, and the Armadale School, rounding up the 8. We've got a nice view on the screen at the moment of one of the Taz crews and their lovely fluoro bucket hats and hoops, blue and white hoops. Looking good. Oh, actually, maybe not. Slight wobble, but they've corrected. Okay, and just on their port side, we've got the Normo crew. And here we are, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. And Sydney Girls again have crossed first. And second, Loreto Kirribilli, and right behind them on their heels is Canberra Girls Grammar. There wouldn't even be a canvas between those two. And then another gap. And coming in fourth across the 1,000 metre line is the Armadale School, running about 13 seconds behind the top 3. Crossing Loreto Normanhurst, PLC Sydney straight behind them. And then the Armadale School, PLC Sydney, and that's the 8 of them. So at the moment it's Sydney Girls have got about a 4.5, 5 second gap on the next 2 crews. And I think the weather's coming down a bit. It's still a bit wet out there, but luckily no lightning. And not a breath of wind, so it's pretty humid up here.
And coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, we have Sydney Girls 1 still in the lead, followed by Loreto Kirribilli, and shortly followed by Canberra Girls Grammar as well.
Sydney Girls Grammar have got a couple of boat lengths on Loreto Kirribilli.
In fourth, we have the Armadale School, approximately with the next boat coming in 3 boat lengths after. followed by Loreto Normanhurst 2, and about a boat length to PLC Sydney.
Canvas.
In 7th, we have the Armadale School, followed by PLC Sydney 3.
So girls have picked up the rate and heading for home. And it's a tight tussle at the top. Where's I've lost them. Where's Sydney Girl? Sydney Girls lane 8, so it should be down here. Okay, and we've got Sydney Girls coming in strong, but Kirribilli's hot on their heels. And here we go, they're going Sydney Girls, Kirribilli, and then Canberra Girls Grammar. And Sydney Girls have won, look like they're about to win. Here they go, crossing the line, well done. About a couple of boat lengths to Kirribilli. Well done, girls. And then another boat length and a half to Canberra, who came in third. Well done, girls. Great row. Must be. Okay, and bringing up the field, lane 9, we've got Taz. And crossing the line now, the Armadale School, well done. And then we've got Loreto Normanhurst, 3 or so boat lengths behind. Crossing the line in 5th place. And then we've got the Armadale School crossing in 6th. And girls have stopped a little short of the line. I think they look beached. Okay, not quite sure what's happened there. PLC Sydney have crossed the line, and something's happened with the other PLC Sydney school. Just trying to see through my binoculars what's going on. I think they just ran aground.
And while we're waiting for race 53 at the 1,000 metre mark, we have Canberra Girls Grammar currently in the lead. 10 seconds behind, we have Loreto Kirribilli. 5 seconds behind that boat, we have Mossman, followed by the Armadale School, PLC Sydney 1, North Sydney Girls 2, and Loreto Normanhurst 3. That is for race 53, and they're at the 1,000 metre mark.
Okay, PLC is just tapping across the line. Looks like they ran aground. Okay, and we've got race 53 coming down the course, heading towards heading past the 1500. And
Just waiting for the updates coming through now.
And first across the 1500 metre mark is Canberra Girls Grammar, with a good 17 seconds to Loreto Kirribilli coming in second across the 1500. And then crossing third is Mossman. And then the Armadale School coming across at fourth, followed by PLC Sydney 1. And 6 North Sydney Girls. And we've got race, which race are we on? Race 53. Yes, coming through. And we've got, they've really picked up the rate, is Canberra Girls Grammar. A nice, comfortable looking win, or comfortable looking as they approach the finish line. With Kirribilli coming in second at the moment, being challenged a little by Taz. And here goes Canberra Grammar across the line. Nice, strong race. Well done, girls. It's Isabel King and Eliza Lilly. Well done. And in second place, we've got Kirribilli approaching the line. In lane 7. Well done, girls. Heidi and Chloe. And then Mossman running in third. And coming up to fourth place, we have the Armadale School. And closely followed by PLC Sydney 1. Still a few more to go. Crossing the line in sixth place is North Sydney Girls. And we've got 2 more crews just to finish, and then we'll be down on the dais. Well done, Sydney Girls 2. And with Normo rounding up the field in lane 9. Well done, girls. Good race.
We'll now turn our attention to the medal presentation. I'd like to introduce our new medal presenter, Loreto Normanhurst Director of Learning, Kieran Bateman, supported by Director of Extracurricular, Beth Nan. For race 52 in the school girl double scull was won by Sydney Girls 1, Charlotte Steele and Zena Palmer. Congratulations, girls. And that boat was coached by Matteo Villani.
So, on the course of the moment, we've got race 54, which is a tussle for, so it's the double scull, Division 3 Open, and crossing the line at 1500 we have Sydney Rowing Club, followed by Loreto Normanhurst in second place, Canberra Girls Grammar in third, Ascom in fourth, Loreto Kirribilli in fifth, Loreto Kirribilli in sixth as well.
And just a quick update for race 55 in the SG1 is currently at the 500 metre mark with St Catherine's 1 in first, Pimble's Ladies in second, Queenwood in third, Loreto Kirribilli in fourth, Askham 2 in 5th, Monty St Angelo in 6th, PLC Sydney 1 in 7th, Roseville 1 in 8th, and Tara School in 9th. That is an update at the 500 metre mark for race 55.
So race 54 is coming down fast to the finish line, and we have leading the pack, we've got Sydney Rowing Club, and coming second, Loreto Normanhurst. I have to admit to some bias here. My daughter Patty is rowing in the Loreto Normanhurst crew, and I think they're doing pretty well for year 10s. But well done, Sydney girls. Crossing the line, or getting close. Here we go. Lovely technique as they cross the line first in a time of, 7 minutes 46. Great time. And well done, Normo. Loreto Normanhurst coming in second 7 seconds later. They'll be pleased with that, a PB. Crossing the line, oh, sorry.
And over in race 55 at the 1,000 metre mark, we have St Catherine's, Queenwood, Pymble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli, Askham 2 and Monty St Angelo. And in that last race, Canberra Grammar crossed the line, followed by Askham in 4th. And over in lane 2, we now have crossing the line, we have Loreto Kirribilli. And also Loreto Kirribilli boat number 2 coming across in 6th place from lane 5.
So it looks like there's an issue with the Mossman boat. Oh, here we go. It looks like they caught a crab. So they're just recovering down there. It looks like next across the line will be PLC. Where are we? Lost it. Well done. And then Mossman to round out the field. Well done, girls. So coming down the course at the moment, we have race 55, the single sculls. We're just waiting on some confirmation of times, but it's looking like the field's quite tightly knit together at the moment. So crossing the 1,500 metre mark is St Cath's. So just realised we missed rounding out the field was actually the Armidale School for race 54. Apologies, girls. So race 55, we've got St Cath's coming first at the moment. Then Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli, Pymble Ladies, Askham, Monty St Angelo, and Roseville. And it's all looking fairly tightly knit at the moment. So we have the single sculls coming down, and it's still pretty tight. Oh, they're pretty close. Okay, we've also got on the course at the moment race 56, which is also a single scull, opens. But coming up to the finish line, we have... I've got PLC and St Cath's. Which one are we on? Lane 9, St Cath's, well done, crossing the finish line first. And then coming in second, several boat lengths behind, we have Queenwood. And then followed in lane 4 by Kirribilli. Lane 5, we have Askham. Then Monty St Angelo, Pinball Ladies. And in lane 8, we have Roseville, crossing the line in 7th place. And that's PLC Sydney in lane 7, coming in 8th and rounding up the field, I think.
Okay, and just another update on race 56, who have passed the 1,000 metre mark. In first in that race 56 is Askham, followed by St Catherine's, 2 Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli, Monty St Angelo, Pinball Ladies, Loreto Normanhurst, Roseville 2, and Mossman for race 56. And to round out race 55, in the previous race was in lane 9 was Tara School.
David, I don't think you and I will be quitting our day job anytime soon.
It looks like race 57 have just started. So they are off and racing at the start of the course. And now a quick update again for race 56 at the 1,500 metre mark is St Catherine's 2 in first, followed by Askham 1 in second. Queenwood is in third at the 1,500 metre mark, followed by quite a few boat lengths behind. In fourth is Loreto Kirribilli. About one boat length behind again is Monty St Angelo. And coming in very tightly in 6th and 7th was Pinball Ladies in 6 and Loreto Normanhurst in 7. Followed by Roseville 2.
And we've got race 56 coming down to towards the finish line. The girls has well and truly picked up the rate.
So over that looks like St Catherine's over in lane 2.
Madeline Swain pulling really well.
And looks like it's going to be quite a tight finish over here in lane 6 and lane 8.
So Lucy Absley from Askham and Brooke Cuttons from Queenwood. Well done to Madeline Swain coming first, St Cath's across the line for race 56. And then we've got Askham coming second. And Queenwood coming third. Well done, girls. Heading up towards the line is Kirribilli. coming across the line in 4th place. And in 5th place, we have Monty St. Angelo. And then we have Pinball Ladies, Loreto Normanhurst running across the line in 6th and 7th position respectively. And coming up to the line in lane 3 was Roseville 2. And we still have 4 more boats. Oh no, lane 4, Mossman. 1 more boat. And running up to the line to round out the field, in lane 4 we have Mossman. Well done.
Just a quick service announcement. If someone has lost their mobile phone, it is currently at the medal table at the finish line. At the medal dice. There is also a lost key that has been found. It is also located at the medal dice tent. And please, it's a friendly reminder to all of our wonderful athletes who do finish first in their race to please, once they've crossed the line, to please make their way back to the medal pontoon to be able to receive your medal so we can present those to you in a timely fashion. Thank you.
And we have race 57 coming down, just crossing the 1,000 metre mark. And in first place we have Neve Tierney from Sydney, Sydney Rowing Club. And we have St Catherine's, Queenwood, Pinball Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli, Pinball Ladies, Loreto Normanhurst and Roseville 3. That's race 57, the single open scull.
And it looks like race 58 has just started down at the start line. That's the SG1 Division 4 is off and racing. Okay, as we're about to get an update at the 1,500 metre mark for race 57. In the singles, we have in Sydney with Neve Tierney in first, St Catherine's with Chelsea Barker in second at the 1,500 metre line. And a very, very tight third and fourth place here with Queenwood, followed by Pinball's Ladies College in 3 and 4. Approximately 2 boat lengths behind her, we have Loreto Kirribilli. Followed by Pinball's Ladies College in 6th. And 2 boat lengths behind her is Loreto Normanhurst and Roseville College. And a quick update on race 58 at the 500 metre line. In first, currently holding at the 500 was St Catherine's, Loreto Kirribilli with Zoe Fallon, Loreto Kirribilli in third with Isabel Howard, Roseville in fourth, Pinball's Ladies in fifth, Queenwood Zoe James in sixth, Queenwood Eva Thompson in seventh, and Loreto Normanhurst in eighth at the 500 metre line. Okay, looks like we've got our race 57 coming up to the finish line. It looks like it's going to be a really tight finish. And it looks like Neve Tierney has come first in Sydney Boat, followed by St Catherine's in Chelsea Barker. Congratulations, girls. Baker, apologies. Coming in third in lane 6 was Queenwood, followed by Pimble's Ladies. In fifth, Loreto Kirribilli. Sixth, Pimble Ladies. Seventh was Loreto Normanhurst. Followed by Roseville in eighth. And coming across the line was Mossman. Now we turn our attention to the medal dice, and I'd like to introduce our Director of Pastoral Care, Sally Munro, presenting. For race 56 in the Schoolgirl Single Scull Division 2, in first place from St Catherine's was Madeline Swain, and the coach was Jared Watson. Congratulations. Okay, over in the commentary box, we'd now like to introduce Lucy Perrison, who is an old girl of Loreto Normanhurst, has jumped on the microphone. Welcome to the commentary box, Lucy.
Thank you very much.
Just another public service announcement that if you have lost your mobile phone, please head to the medal tent for collection. A key has also been handed in, and if you're looking for that, please head to the same location. And finally, for all of our athletes who do come first across in any race, please make your way straight to the medal pontoon at the conclusion of your race so we can present you with your medal as soon as possible.
So just an update for race 58, who are just at the 1500 metre mark. In first is St Catherine's, Isabel Yardley, followed by Pimble Ladies, Holly Craig, followed by Loreto Kirribilli, Zoe Fallon, followed by Queenwood, Eva Thompson, followed by Roseville, Charlie Griebel, and then Queenwood, Zoe James, and Loreto Kirribilli, Isabel Howard, and Loreto Normanhurst in eighth. Sophie Terry. So coming just up to the finish in lane 4 is St Catherine's, Isabel Yardley. In second is from Pymble Ladies College, Holly Craig, coming not far behind. And in third, Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth, Queenwood. Fifth, looks like to be the other Queenwood boat of Zoe James. Then Roseville, Charlie Griebel, and then Loreto Kirribilli, Isabel Howard, then Loreto Normanhurst, it's Sophie Terry.
Okay, we'll now turn our attention to a medal presentation. This is for race 57 in the schoolgirl single scull, presented by the Director of Pastoral Care, Sally Munro, supported by the Deputy Principal, Mrs. Lynn Long. Congratulations to Neve Tierney, who was victorious and is coached by Charlie Patterson. Congratulations, Neve. Okay, we'll turn our attention again to the medal presentation for race 53, the schoolgirl double scull division number 2. Again, our medals are presented by Sally Munro, Director of Pastoral Care, supported by Deputy Principal Mrs. Lynn Long. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar 1, Isabel King and Eliza Lilly. Congratulations, girls. And a quick update for race 59, who passed the 500 metre mark. We have in first place currently is St Catherine's 5. And we're now just waiting some updates at the 1,000 metre mark is St Catherine's 5. Followed by Queenwood. By another boat length behind them is Pimble's Ladies. Half a boat length Loreto Kirribilli. And very tight over in 5th, 6th and 7th. In 5th we have Pimble's Ladies. 6th Loreto Kirribilli. 7th St Catherine's. 8th Loreto Normanhurst, 9th Roseville.
So while we're waiting for race 60 to come down the course, we just want to say some big thank yous to everybody for today's racing, starting with the Loreto parent volunteers who've done a fabulous job. We've had timekeepers, boat number holders, boat drivers, barbecuers, the boat holders up the other end, which would have been a very tough job in the rain. And of course, we want to thank all the staff who have been doing a great job presenting medals and running around organising this entire event. I'd also like to thank Rowing New South Wales and all the officials who have volunteered their time. David, maybe if you could.
Yeah, and certainly a big thank you to all of the Loreto staff for getting involved. In particular mention to our rowing sports administrator, Miss Georgia Borick, for all of her hard work in making today happen, as well as Mr. Thomas Parker, our head rowing coach, ensuring that Loreto Normanhurst rowing goes from strength to strength. And a couple other final thank yous to all the athletes and all the other school staff who were able to participate today and get involved. We can't do this without you. And as Loreto Normanhurst, we were the first school to start schoolgirl rowing, and something that we are honoured and proud to continue doing, and a tradition that we love to continue for many, many years to come.
So, and coming down the track, or coming down the straight, we have race 60. Is it race 60 or are we on race 59? Sorry, my apologies. Race 60 has just gone. We're actually on race 59 coming up to the finish line. So currently St Cath's is in first place with a decent lead, about 3 or 4 boat lengths. But we've got a fairly tight field for second and third. So St Cath's Madeline Mannins heading up towards the finish line now, looking very commanding and with a beautiful technique. Well done, Madeline. First place, St Cath's. St Catherine's, boat number 5. Now coming up for second, looking like in lane 7, Queenwood, with a bit of a tussle with lane 9 for Pimble. Crossing the line, second place, Queenwood, is Zara Taylor. And then in lane 9, Pimble Ladies, Erin Porter. 4th place, St Catherine, 6, Bianca. In 5th place, got Loreto Kirribilli. 6th up to Pimble Ladies. 7th is Loreto Kirribilli again. And 8th rounding out the field, Loreto Normanhurst. Sorry, there's one more. We've got a lane 4. And she's doing a great job finishing up. And it is Roseville number 5. Well done, girls. They're all looking a bit puffed.
And an update for race 60 at the 500 metre mark is in first place. We have Pimble's Ladies College. At the 500 metre, we're followed by Sydney, Loreto Kirribilli, Leichhardt 1, Loreto Normanhurst boat with Penny Rose Collins. Loreto Normanhurst boat is in 6th with Josephine Egan. In 7th is St Catherine's, 8th Sydney Girls 1, and in 9th is St Catherine's 8 with Alice Stead, and in 7th was St Catherine's 7 with Melanie Poulos. That's race 60 at the 500 metre mark.
Race 60, David's looking pretty tight. There's only a few seconds between all the boats at this stage.
Very true. Now, we'll hopefully get some more updates at the 1,000 metre mark, but this is a cracking race to be watching. So all of our coaches and parents who are cycling down the pathway should be also wearing a helmet, but also really enjoying the race as they go.
I can't agree more, David. I have to say there have been a couple of accidents at Cirque over the last couple of weeks with people coming off bikes, and so it's really important that you wear your helmets. Thank you. And crossing over at the 1,000 metre mark, we have Megan Wood, who is at Pimble Ladies College. Then we have Sydney Rowing Club, Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's 7, Leichhardt 1, the 2 Normanhurst crews in 6th and 7th respectively, and then St Cath's in 8th.
It looks like race 61 has just gotten started at the start of the course. So we'll be able to provide you updates as they come down the course. And again, just another friendly reminder for all of our wonderful athletes who did place first in your race to please make sure you come and check in at the medal dais tent so we can present your medal in a timely fashion to celebrate success of your wonderful day here out at the Loreto Normanhurst Regatta.
Okay, so we've got race 60, as we said, coming down the straight at the moment. After this is one more race. Race 61 will be the last race of the day. My apologies, there's actually a race 61 and 62. Race 62 will be the last race of the day.
And a 1500 metre update for race 60. In first, we have Pymble Ladies College, followed by quite a number of boat lengths behind. We have Sydney, then St Catherine's. We're very close in second and third. Fourth, Loreto Kirribilli. Fifth, Loreto Normanhurst. And sixth, Loreto Normanhurst again. Seventh is Leichhardt 1. Eighth, St Catherine's 8. All right, that race 60 is really, really tight, so we're really excited to see how they come down here. And for race 60 in ninth is Sydney Girls 1. And an update for race 61 at the 500 metre mark was Mossman in 1, followed by Sydney Pymbles Ladies College, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Normanhurst, Sydney Girls 4, Sydney Girls 2, and Tara School.
And race 60 is just past the 1750 and the girls have picked up the rate. But it's looking like with a commanding lead is Pymble Ladies College, rowing strongly towards the finish line with a lot of clear water between her and the next boat. That's there. There we go. So in lane 3, it's Pymble Ladies College approaching the finish line and about to cross. Well done to Megan Wood. A very nice row to finish out the day. Heading towards for second place, we have St Catherine's. And that is Melanie Poulos. Well done, Melanie, coming in second. And then in third place, we have Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth place is Loreto Kirribilli. And then a tough fight between the two Normo girls, with Penny Rose Collins just edging out Josephine Egan. It's going to go well. And next across the line, we have St Cath's and Leichhardt. And just to round out the field, that's Sydney, isn't it? Sydney High School. Yeah. Yeah. And well done to finish off the race. That was Sydney Girls to round out the field. So we have race 61, the single scull Division 7 coming down the straight. They're coming up to the 1250. At the 1,000 metre mark, we had Mossman, Sydney, Pymble Ladies, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls 4, Loreto Normanhurst, Sydney Girls 2 and the Tara School. So race 61, they're just passing the 1500 metre, and Elise Coates from Mossman crossed the 1500 metre first, followed by Georgina Stevenson on Sydney, and then Catherine Walker from Pimble Ladies. Rounding out, we've got Canberra Girls Grammar, who crossed the 1500 in fourth, and still got a few more to cross that. Fifth was Loreto Normanhurst, sixth was Sydney Girls, and seventh was another Sydney Girls crew, or rower, sculler. Then the Tara School in eighth. So Elise Coates is looking a very comfortable, probably 4 or 5 boat lengths in front of her nearest rival. In the iconic red and white hoop.
And we are just getting some updates through at the 1,000 metre mark for the final race of the day, race number 62. In first place in the SG1 at the 1,000 metre mark is the Armidale School. In second is Loreto Normanhurst. In third is Leichhardt, boat number 2.
And David, just approaching the finish line now, we have Elise Coates from Mossman. Very, very comfortable as she crosses the line. Well done, Elise. And coming in second place, we have Sydney Rowing Club. Georgina Stevenson. Well done, Georgina, coming in second place. And coming in third with Pimble Ladies College, Catherine Walker. Well done, Pimble. So a rather spread out field. Coming across the line in fourth place is Canberra Girls Grammar. We've still got some great people cheering along the sidelines.
So come on down, everybody. The last boats of the day are on the course as we speak. Get involved. Let's celebrate with our friends, our colleagues, celebrate success of the other schools.
And so what have we got? So fifth we had Loreto Normanhurst, Mariana Daly. Sixth was Noah Kepi from Sydney Girls, boat number 4. Then crossing in seventh place, Sydney Girls, boat number 2, Annie Dang. Eighth place we've got Tara School, Hannah Wilkins.
Okay, and we are on to the final race on the course of the day. Would love to see everyone down course side here to cheer them on.
It's good to see the Taz School all looking resplendent in their yellow fluoro hats, ready to cheer on their last crewmate. So race 62, an update. They've just crossed the 1500 metre line. We've got the Armidale School, Isabella Crawford coming in first, followed by Loreto Normanhurst, Holly Gibbons. And in third place across the 1500 metre line is Leichhardt, boat number 2, Maya Isbista. Last race of the day.
Okay, we'll now turn our attention to the medal ceremony. The medals presented by Sally Munro. In the schoolgirl single scull Division 1, the winner from St Catherine's 1 was Layla Gaston, and her coach was Jared Watson. A big round of applause and congratulations.
So everybody get out and cheer. This is the last race of the day of the Loreto Normanhurst Regatta for 2023, and we'll be handing the keys over to our sister school, Loreto Kirribilli, for tomorrow's great day of racing.
And we certainly wish all of the staff well at Loreto Kirribilli in running their regatta for tomorrow. A big shout out to Donna Baker.
Okay, and heading down to the finish line, We've got, looks like Mossman actually. Is that Mossman there? Or no, Taz, sorry. My apologies. I can't tell, it's this one here. Lane 1. And she's pulling well. Easy victory for Taz. Well done to Isabella Crawford. Great way to finish off the day's racing. And heading up to, in second place is Loreto Normanhurst.
That's Holly Gibbons in boat number 3 coming through in second. And it looks like Leichhardt will be coming across the line in third with Maya Isbista. Congratulations, girls, and well done.
Fantastic to finish off the day's racing, and here comes the rain.
Couldn't have timed it any better, Lucy.
Thank goodness the lightning stayed away, so we were able to finish off the day's proceedings. And in lane 4, we have, let's call that lane 4, we have North Sydney Girls. Eva Dye is coming in 4th place. Great work, Eva, crossing the line. And we have a tight tussle for 5th and 6th, both Loreto Normanhurst girls. And it's Abby Timmins and Mika Trindle. And it looks like Abby is going to cross about a boat and a half lengths in front. And then Mika is pulling across now. Well done, Loreto Normanhurst.
Fantastic, and congratulations, girls. Again, we'd like to thank everyone for coming out today, and please, if you did come first across any of the races post-lunch and you haven't come to receive your medal, please make your way to the medal ceremony area pontoon so we can present these to you.
And again, we want to thank all the umpires and boat drivers who've been out on the course all day getting nice and soaked, and also to our friends from Surf Life Saving Australia. Thanks, guys. Great job.